Oh,
Oh shit. Fuck you up, Mike. Hello? Hello?
ATQ, we're committed to helping Texans live well. That's why we offer.
Can a personal loan unlock your ambitions? Oh, yeah.
And we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Air Podcast After Hours. This year we're joined with, what, 10 lovely ladies, man? Got a lot to talk about, man. So let's get right into it. Let's go.
They evacuated the women within the first week of the invasion. The women left. They're gone. They're gone. What about you, Miss? You gotta get back with your guy. I picked the girl or whatever. She's Miss. When impossible odor gets stuck in, Downy can rinse it out in one wash. That smells a lot better. Can men and women be friends? If yes, you have a guy friend. Y'all know if probably. Okay, Demetrius. All right, we can go through. We can just do this for the one with a raising hands. All right, ladies, how many of you think men and women can be platonic friends? Just friends, which means like nothing sexual. Okay, 1, 2. Raise your hands if you think so. Say it with your chest, quite literally. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, most of you. Okay, awesome. Only one doesn't think so. Okay, ladies. Then you know what we're gonna do. We're gonna put it to the test. We're gonna have you call your friend right now and say I'm horny and see what happens. So let's bring out their phones. This is awesome. Let's see. Yeah. Who wants to go first? You go first. One phone at a time. Still got it. Specialty.
Wait, I got a boyfriend. Madison, I have a question.
No.
What got you into wanting to be a congressman in politics? Just
Nah,
really
we
quick.
shifted.
Oh, I'm curious. This is like a beautiful opportunity. Thank you so much.
We'll get you.
Yeah.
You can
Okay,
ask.
okay.
Call the guy.
Okay.
Well, and then give the instructions.
So pretty simple. You're gonna play like you're drunk or a little bit tipsy. You're gonna say, "Hey, listen, I'm lit right now. I'm just curious. Why we never got together?" You're gonna be quiet, not laugh, play along. You're gonna say, "Well, you're not serious." Yeah, I'm actually really serious. I actually like you. Just go.
Let's see what he says. Yeah.
Just don't laugh though.
Yeah. No laugh. Mute your phone and then put it right up on the mic so everybody can hear.
We're watching you.
Yeah.
And pressing so you might say, might.
Yeah, he's gonna.
The point is, he's gonna say it's a joke. I know it's serious.
Yeah, you got to
Yes, please don't show photos.
I'm seriously drunk.
No, don't text him. Call him.
No,
Do not text him.
she's doing the text. Wow, she's cheating, bro.
Just call him. We're looking at you. Well, Mel's looking at you. I can't say anything.
Can I go second?
You gotta call him right now.
But
I don't even. I don't want to say those words.
He's your friend, right?
It's like in my mouth.
But you're so confident he's gonna say that you guys are just friends.
Yeah, so you're good.
Yeah,
So that really doesn't matter. He's gonna prove you right.
I don't want to say those words. You know.
This is
No, you're just.
Okay,
Yeah, go ahead, go. Call.
speakerphone.
Speakerphone right up on the mic.
W for Bethany.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, right up on the mic, please.
Hey. Wait,
Put it close.
wait, I have to tell you something, but don't tell my boyfriend, okay? Okay, wait, like actually really don't tell my boyfriend. Like actually, okay? I've been into you for a while and I'm really drunk. I really want to see you, so can you come over, please? Actually,
I call you like when I get 5, okay?
the fuck?
Single time. Now your boyfriend should call.
No.
No,
It was.
No, she did seem kind of shook from his response.
Yeah.
Why are you so shocked?
She said, "Don't tell my boyfriend."
She called him, that's why.
Go to my boyfriend. Go to my boyfriend. Like, hey, like,
Get the deal. She's texting him right now.
No. What?
Where'd you go?
Because if that was my boyfriend, I'd
These
have
chicks are
his
devious,
contact.
though.
If that was my boyfriend, I'd have his contact saved. You know what I
Yeah, but
mean?
that's why she doesn't have it saved, so she can be down low and hide.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I didn't know you were gonna do this to me, so actually,
Well, actually,
you never know. Guys, no, he's my friend, but yeah, maybe it's not my friend.
No, he's not your
Still
friend.
never mind.
Let's
Oh,
move on.
no, it's okay, okay.
All right, let's move on to the next question. It's fine.
He wants to. So it's not your friend.
She texted somebody before she gets
Yeah,
you. I don't know.
But either way,
Scandalous.
W.
All right. Who else said that they're friends?
George is next.
Yep.
He's
George
next.
raised her hand, right?
I have no men contacts in my phone.
Yeah, so.
And also, I've been sober for a week, so all my friends know that I don't drink.
Only a week?
So.
It's only Friday. Well, you know what? Just say that you're lit.
Yeah, say that you're high or something. I don't know.
I don't know guys' numbers like that. Seriously.
You have to.
Just
I
Instagram.
don't-
I can call someone
I
on
know too.
Instagram.
Yeah, call somebody on Instagram.
too.
Instagram, call somebody.
So one of your friends. I know too.
You know too?
Yep.
Name them up for me, because I don't got no
I
on my
don't
phone.
put up publicly, but I know too. So this.
I don't have your Instagram. I don't even know you.
I know you. Mine was very
I'm
small.
sorry. I'm gonna have to pass.
Oh, she chicken feet, man.
I don't have guys' numbers like that. Just social media.
So do you concede that men and women can be friends?
No, they can, but I don't have any guy friends, so I can't relate.
Okay,
I
That was a
can't
question.
relate.
That was a question, though. Is it if men and women can be friends? So you're saying you don't have guy friends?
No, I don't. I only have girlfriends. Seriously.
All right, next question.
Yeah.
Cringe.
Get me, please.
Yeah. All right.
What about you?
I don't have a phone.
Oh, this coming. He's right here.
Yeah.
She seriously doesn't have a phone.
Yeah, like.
It got stolen by a homeless kid.
Wait, and you didn't immediately go get a new one? How do you operate?
On life.
No, but like, how do you call your friend? How do you order Uber? Like, how do you do anything?
I just make it happen.
Wait, that's ratchet as hell. You don't
No,
have
it's not. It's not being Marisol Triana.
Obama gives free phones. Like, you can't
He
even.
does, but it's Trump.
Still, you can't even go to, like, Boost Mobile or something and get like a phone?
I don't know, can I?
Yes.
I'll do it right now.
Honestly, like, I would pay for a month of service because I'm just worried for your well-being, for safety. How do you dial 911 in an emergency?
Bobby, 911, exactly.
You have a whistle or something?
No, I just be like, hello, Dad? And they show up.
Wait a minute. How did you get on the show? You get no phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Melo found her at the last minute in the streets in Brickell.
Okay, we'll give you a break then.
Yeah. And then she told me
Listen,
like earlier.
If I knew, I'd call. Because the problem with me is if I like you, or if I don't like you, we're not. But I'd call them. I just really don't have a phone. But if you're down, I will accept that for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I can afford a Boost Mobile, like, whatever prepaid card. Wait, Chris, so she's not trolling. She really is phone.
Yeah. She told me.
But even homeless people have phones. Like, they have Stripe and stuff.
I know.
There's a homeless kid with your phone right
Yeah.
now.
All your nasty
Wait, so why not just like call the police and get your phone back?
Yeah, papi, no funcionó. He turned it off.
All right.
I was actually at Brickell City Center at the Apple Store.
And they sold it from there?
No, I saw it from Pro Gable.
Wow, that's a good area.
I know, pero I feed the homeless and bro, he grabbed it.
Wait, where in Gabriel?
Bro,
I think being homeless initially your phone.
She's just hanging out with the homeless. Having lunch with your.
we don't discriminate. We're all equal in this country, right?
Yeah, we are all equal. If you're homeless, you don't have a cell phone. Like, I don't even have disrespectful. I want to help you get off the streets. I'm not even kidding. I'm a Captain Saba, and I want to save you.
I prefer BBL Batty. If you're gonna call me, I prefer
Okay,
BBL
BBL
Batty.
Batty. I'll save the BBL Batty. I want to save you.
No.
You know?
No.
No, I want to see it. What about you?
It's
No,
Colombian.
no, I can't.
No.
Okay, go.
Yes. But in Spain, Soleil, my
Don't worry,
friends no speak
Misa
English.
Superman, no,
No,
no.
it's okay. It's good. It's good. We got you. It's good.
Misa Superman.
Come on, we've all been out in Spain. It's Friday. They stay up late.
Yeah,
They stay up late. It's like 5 a.m.
Marbella, Barcelona. I've been there.
I'm from Valencia.
Definitely awake.
Man, just call him. Call
No.
They smashing.
Misa Superman, no, no.
So can men and women still be friends then?
Yes.
So then why would you call them?
No, because I can't.
Why not?
Because in Spain, Soledad, my friends no speak English.
No, you said in Spanish.
him. Yeah, she'll translate for you.
Yeah, she'll translate.
Que no. Que, bueno, es que no sé. She says no. If you want, I can try.
Yeah,
In
try it.
Spanish?
Yeah, in Spanish.
Sí.
En español, yeah. Call them in español and say, papi, what are you doing?
O castellano.
Whatever one it says.
I'm going to call a friend of here from Miami,
Okay,
but my friend is in.
Okay, that works.
perfecto.
Put the phone up to the thing, to the, Mello, you know what to do. We'll give you the instructions in Spanish.
Vale. She's looking. Sí.
No, he'll tell you.
Amor, ¿qué tal estás? ¿Qué haces?
En mi cama.
Yo también. Escúchame, que te iba a decir. ¿Tú cuándo vas a venir para aquí, para Miami? Porque yo tengo que arreglar un par de cosas contigo. Pues en plan, ya sabes, chupártela y es un rato. Hermano, que se ha reído, hermana. ¿Le he colgado? Le he colgado.
Why
Que
you
se
laughing again?
ha
What did you say?
reído. Oh my God, sorry.
What did you say?
Yes, what the hell?
She didn't press it.
Everyone was laughing.
Oh, you're laughing.
Still, if she said I want to suck on it, and he said no. That's
Hold
not
on. It's a picture. You can't be laughing, man. Come on, man.
Oh my gosh. Give me the thumb.
Yes, there you go. Call somebody, man. Yeah, I don't tell her. You can't do it yourself, man. But
Like, no, it's like you have to press.
no.
muy bueno.
To tell my friend that's a joke.
No.
No, yes, it is.
It's so funny.
Don't worry, don't worry. He's a friend. He understand.
Yeah.
I can look up on the
Thank you for playing the game.
Ah, vale. Gracias por jugar.
Okay, your turn now.
I'm trying to find someone.
I believe you. You got this. You're from Jersey.
She like really only has girls.
I really do.
Actually.
You can call somebody on Instagram.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah, you could, yeah. Call someone in the friend zone.
In your DMs. One of your friends.
In my DMs. We can do Snapchat.
Oh shit, that works too. Remember, friends of yours.
Spain is done?
No,
The Spain is done?
This one's gonna be
Okay.
funny.
Yeah.
This is a friend.
A real friend?
I never done.
And guys, try not to laugh because we don't want that, because that's another reason why he said no, because you guys all laughed. So you heard it.
Yeah, you laugh and then God will say no.
It's on mute until we answer. But I don't know if he's gonna answer. I never call him, so I just see him at the gym.
Just say, yeah, I'm a little lit. I like you. What do you do?
It's
It's
Snapchat.
Snapchat.
No answer. No answer.
Try again, because guys don't use Snapchat.
One more time.
No, it's only women use Snapchat.
One more time.
He literally has me on the alert, so. No answer.
All right.
All right, we'll move on.
Well, let's go with her, because she said guys and girls can be friends as well.
Go. We need your phone.
Yeah, in your phone. And remember, ladies, be quiet. Let her answer, or or call. And then when he's on the phone, everyone will be quiet because we can hear.
I tried though.
Yeah.
I tried.
Yeah.
Sure did. No, you got a phone?
Like,
Man, shout out to Cam, man. Me and Cam run this shit by our damn self. What we fucking do, man? Cam and the fucking goat can run this shit by ourselves.
But he works super early, so he might be in bed.
He works on Saturday morning.
Cam and goat is all you need to run a podcast.
Go in the red. Keep quiet during the segment. You fiend.
Cam and the motherfucking goats, all you fucking need.
Keep on. Oh, you gonna be quiet? Oh, okay. She said she didn't want to talk to you, bro. Show the kitties. Okay.
Hey, what should I say? You said.
So simple. Hey, I'm a little bit lit right now. I'm just curious why we never got together. I like you. I want to see you. Where are you now? Can't laugh though. Straight face. You may say, no, you're not serious. I'm serious, babe. I really like you. Yeah, press him. No, press him. Press him.
Oh, that's his voicemail.
I don't answer. Me too.
No.
You know that too well.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's for sure.
I went to D&D.
Yeah.
He answered.
No, that's his
That's his
voicemail.
voicemail.
Yeah, this is-
That's some hood shit. Yo,
First time in high school.
A hotter friend. Call David. Oh. David.
Call David, man.
David.
Yeah, call
I want
David.
David's number.
Listen, just do a three-way text with Isaac and David.
I could do it right now. Do Isaac, bro. Isaac. Isaac's gonna cause issues.
Oh, he just texted you?
No, that was Isaac. Because he's watching.
Oh, girl, I forgot I told him to watch.
It's fine, it's fine.
I forgot.
All right. We'll go to Miss Canada. Yes. Call a guy that you're friends with and.
I know she has many.
Oh, she does?
Me?
How long has she been here, bro?
Hey, man, you know, she's cool people.
text me.
Your call has been forwarded to voice.
It's his birthday, so I don't know his name.
It's birthday today?
Yeah.
That's not bad. Oh my god, what a bad birthday.
Birthday.
I have a present for you.
Ah, sí, aprecio nada.
No, he's just a fool.
Your call has been forwarded.
No answer.
Damn, what are all these weird voicemails? That's a British woman?
I know, right?
Tracking.
You know,
Yeah.
you know Omar? Alright, cool.
I don't know. Just kidding.
Well, I mean, kind of not really.
Yo,
Hey, what you
I
doing?
know this.
Oh, good, boo. I was just thinking. I was like, we've been friends for a while, and I was debating, why haven't we been together?
What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, like I mean, we've been friends for a while, and I've been feeling you low key. I've been drinking a little bit. I've been thinking about you.
Happy? Happy?
Mm-hmm.
We're close friends, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like I don't know. I'm drinking, thinking about you. You wouldn't consider it?
You know, I appreciate that. And I do be thinking about you too, but,
So okay, but what you mean you be thinking about me?
you're a friend. So, and I'm always checking out, or not checking out, but like, I'm always looking at your feed, seeing what you're doing. I see that you're doing well for yourself, and I'm like, okay, you're doing good.
So you wouldn't be with me?
But, bro, you live like a million years away.
Okay, but hear me out. So if I go to Canada this weekend and like I wanna, lay up with you, you wouldn't be down?
We can chill, but like, that's about it.
So you wouldn't be with me, like we wouldn't be.
We can't do that, Jesse. There's no way, because there's no way you just randomly have to.
No, but like no, it's not random. Like I've always thought about it. I just like I'm here, you're there, but
Yeah, I don't think you'd be okay with the distance either. So,
okay. So if it wasn't because of the distance, you would be with me?
I don't know. I can't answer that because I don't know.
Then all right, I guess.
My fault.
Damn.
I guess
Yeah.
it's like
Hear me out. I'll tell you this though. I used to like you. I really do.
Ooh.
when.
But
Why did it go away?
I don't know.
Huh?
High school, bro. It was a high school thing.
Right, but we grown now.
Yeah, we grown. We moved past that. So I don't know. I feel like
So you wouldn't consider it at all.
oh, I'll consider it. If you're just considering, 100%, I'll consider it. But like, it would have to take a minute for me to be like, yeah, we could do this.
Damn, but I like you though. Like I've been thinking about you lately a lot.
How much is it?
Well, cause like in high school we were close. We weren't that close, and then when I moved out here, we just started becoming closer. I don't know, like your vibe is different. You're not like every other man,
Oh, yeah, and I'm not. Yeah, I'm surprised we actually got this close, even though you're that far away. So I'm like, yeah, if we did get together, it'd be nice. But
So you don't think about me?
I do think about you.
But you know what I'm talking about. Not just think of me like, oh, I've been doing well.
If you're asking if I will put 100%, that's unfortunately that's the case. But actually, no, not unfortunately. Respectfully, that's the case. I don't know. You have to really be close by because I don't think a lot of the chance long distance you would work to do that.
No, I get it. All right, well, I'll call you tomorrow then.
All right, babe. I love you.
Good night, baby.
Y'all stop.
I'm being this guy and seeing the stream later on.
He was saying no from the beginning, but I kept pushing.
No, you better get like no. There's no selection. If she does, oh wait, she make it matter. But you went into the room and went, you know what? Let me see what you say. They say yes. So at the beginning, like, I don't know if he was joking, or not serious. He said, oh,
But you did a great job selling it.
he did.
But he was down. He was down.
Yeah, but from the beginning, he wasn't though.
Rejection. That's why I scared rejection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Means you rejected him so
in
much.
high school.
And you're so happy right now that he said that.
No.
That you convinced him.
I
love that you convinced
Because of
him.
how hard she saw, I almost think she didn't enjoy rejection. And she's like, oh, I'm gonna get this. Yes, I got to shut down on live.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Look, ladies, the bottom line is this: men don't want to be your friends because women are just as friends. Like guys always want to get laid. I don't think men and women should be friends because women don't add utility or value to men.
I disagree. I feel like having a female friend or guy friend, whichever, you get
Well,
to,
guy friend and female friend are two
yeah,
different
well,
things.
of course, but you get to explain like the different perspective. You know, like you as a man, you're talking to me, and I'm your friend, and I could tell you how a woman can play. You know what I mean?
How do everybody?
It's the same. It's the same.
Well, to be honest with you though, like,
It's just advice.
your
I give you.
for example, like even when you give advice calling for betterments, it's the one thing. Which tells you, he's not a friend.
No, but
And also, I got
the thing
cut
is, he
in.
doesn't live thinking about, oh, he's gonna be something.
But
You
he
know.
wants to. He
But
just
he
said
does
it.
think about it. Like, he said he would.
Also, women, especially if you're like asking a girl for advice on how to get a girl you're interested in, women don't even know how to attract them. Their advice is really bad. It's like, well, do this, and that. Like, if a girl was to build the perfect archetype of what they would imagine they would be attracted to, the dude would do terrible in the dating field. He would really do awful. And I am dead serious on that.
I disagree. If
All right,
my
so,
first
hold
friend
on,
was
just out of
into-
curiosity, so you think you can successfully attract a woman?
Yeah.
You think you can?
I think so.
Wait, are you
Set something up for that.
I have a question.
Wait, are you a lesbian?
No, no.
Have you ever been with a girl? Yeah. Oh, well, so you kind of are a lesbian.
I'm curious. It was a one-time thing, and I realized I do not like women.
But imagine doing it as a man though. Totally different. So
Yeah.
we're pretty like, hey,
Hello. Attention.
Wait, what are we doing?
I have a question.
shoot.
Men, what do other men friendships bring value to your life?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, well, perfect example today.
Yeah, well, and Fresh is like a master networker. So I mean, knowing people that is the thing. It's like, especially if you're like in the content game, you have to collab, and then once you actually have a video that goes viral, like Myron and I become close friends because of that. So I think like men, especially in the business world, are very important. And that's actually, when they talk about college, the original when Harvard was first established, it didn't even have a curriculum. It was all about making like a network of like rich kids to go meet each other. So it's not what you know, it's who you know. And so that's why it is important to cultivate relationships.
You don't believe women can effectively network?
I mean, I think so, but I think knowing men help me more than knowing what
But more so than that, I'll tell you. I mean, I there's a lot of different terms for like Foxhole Brothers, the guys who are corner throwers. Who's gonna like be to help you? I think that to be a successful guy, you've got to have a good brotherhood of guys around you, guys who can check you, guys who there's a latent threat of force if you were disrespecting too much, go out, step out of line, because you're gonna respect their opinion a lot, and also like. You have to have friends that will like in both ways.
We got the co-host Cam back in the building.
These are your guys to me. And I mean, seriously, it doesn't matter if someone one of your buddies is dealing with suicide, is going through financial trouble. You got another buddy. I mean, for me, for instance, when I got put into a wheelchair, I've gotten to go all over the world.
All you need is Cam and Goat, man. Cam and Goat, man. Cam and Goat running that pick and roll.
And I mean, my mom's.
I'm the big man, Cam the point guard. I'm gonna set the screen for Cam. I'm gonna go back door and get that done. You know what I'm saying? Cam gonna
also just like your brothers, guys who celebrate with you win. Tell you stop being a hoe.
Cam gonna let me know in the chat how he. Cam gonna let me know in the chat, y'all, how he feel about that. You know what I mean? If Cam running that point guard, and I'm the big man, I'm setting Cam the screen. and I'm diving to the cup, Cam got to tell me if he gonna throw the alley oop or the bounce or the pocket bounce pass.
He's going to do. Is he going to behave like a typical champ? So he's going to behave like a woman.
That's not fair because he's gonna do it on
No.
purpose.
Actually, no. He's gonna behave like a regular girl. Now, what's the what you want to get? This to be the club, the beach, outside. You give us a scenario. You pick because he's gonna behave like a regular girl. He's not gonna act too crazy. He's just gonna act like a regular girl. He's gonna say a lot as you say when you deal with men. So where do you want to meet him or her?
Should you do it with a real girl, right?
No, because you guys are gonna. He's gonna act like a real girl because the problem is that he's gonna do things that you guys don't even know that you guys are aware of doing. So, yeah. So how are you guys gonna meet here? Club, what do you think?
Club to be dinner.
I mean, a club. I don't think. A club is not.
You pick where you feel like you'd be strongest as a female wingmanning.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Where?
okay, we could just be like, Walmart.
Okay, sure. So I'm gonna get out the way. I'm gonna have you. Can you set her up and everything like that? Yeah, get up. We're gonna have you actually like pretend to be the guy and walk up to him. Yeah. Because the purpose of this exercise is so that women understand what it's like to actually deal with women as a guy. Oh, now I'm not a man. All of a sudden. Is it my time? What's a good time? What's up?
Come on, Shaniqua.
It's good time.
So basically, you're gonna
I
pick
got
the
it,
time, the place. And Chris is gonna be a girl to talk to. So you approach him how you would talk to somebody as a man, and good to go. You got it. You know men very well, right? So you got it.
I'm not just doing that one. Yeah. Bill's gonna zoom it out right now. All right, cool. All right, so we're Walmart right now. You're a man, okay? Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me how to. So I won't tell you what to do. You're a man, and I'm a woman, okay? I'm shopping. I need some fried chicken for my 6 kids. You know, just out here in Walmart. Okay. This chicken warm. I can get this.
Hey, gorgeous, how you doing?
Oh, what's up?
What's your name?
Christina.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to
My
meet
name's
you.
David. How you doing?
David? Oh, David. Oh, you're cute.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
You got a man?
No, I got 3 baby daddies.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah? Do you want me to be the 4th one?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What's your number?
Okay, here's my number. There you go. Okay.
All right. I'll see you Saturday, 8 o'clock.
Okay, well, that's it.
That's it. I'll text you.
All right.
Love you.
All right. Love
Bye.
you too.
There you go. There you go.
Wait a minute. Remember.
I just pulled it.
Wait, hold on.
I just pulled it.
Wait, hold on. We all know you give a guy your phone number. That's when he wants that. You gotta smash. So let's
But
continue.
okay.
All right, so-
Okay, it's Saturday.
All right, cool. So,
It's Saturday. I'm picking you up. You're ready.
what do you text them?
Huh?
Like, how do you text them?
Remember, we're gonna go all
Oh,
the
the
way.
whole process.
This guy, you don't have her address. Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. Remember, this guy's your friend. He needs advice to get the girl all the way. So
Okay. All right.
So
That's having David text back.
yeah, so play it out.
Okay.
So remember, you got phone number. Now it's Saturday, but before Saturday, what you do to get him out on her on the date? What do you
Okay. So text her, right? But I'm not gonna text you constantly, right? I'm gonna text you.
Would you text?
I'm gonna text you, right? But I'm not gonna text you consecutively because I want you to.
All right. So, who is this? This random number.
Hey, boo, it's me
Me who?
from Walmart. Your 4th baby daddy.
Oh, Don.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to be ready by Saturday. That's it.
Okay, so no, what? My house?
No, I'm picking you up.
No, I don't know. I don't know who you is.
So you don't want to go to a good restaurant?
Yeah, let's go. I'll meet you there. Where?
You don't want me to pick you up?
Where are you going?
Wherever you want to go, baby.
Say,
Sounds good. Hell yeah. I'm the man.
All right, you man?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm the man.
I'll be there. I'll be there at 10 o'clock. Okay, actually 8:30 because I should close.
Sounds, I'll wait for
Okay,
you.
yeah. Okay,
All right.
we're here. Probably saying what's up sometime.
You look beautiful.
Sometime.
How you doing?
I'm doing.
You're doing good? All right, let me help you take a seat.
All right, cool.
Sit right
No, I need to be held. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. I got you, baby. Whatever you want.
Oh, we got a drink on the table. I just saw the drink there. I was
Yeah,
like,
you can drink it. Whatever makes you feel comfortable.
Smells like tequila.
It is tequila.
I like tequila.
We gonna get you lit tonight.
What's it up?
Yeah, hell yeah. Let me
Like wait, sign up, Tom. No, sit over your chair. Nice shot. Shit. Okay.
You enjoy that? Hell yeah.
It's
I
ratchet.
like it.
Tastes good?
Yeah, you know, let me take a picture of myself.
You want me to take it for you? You want me to take it for you, baby?
No, I'm good.
You good? All right. You look gorgeous.
Thank you.
I love that angle.
Okay.
You're
So,
beautiful.
waiter, what you get right now? Some steak?
Sure.
I'm hungry. You know.
Okay, we can get whatever you want. We can get whatever you
How
want.
long until you guys are gonna? Because this is how we gotta end this.
Oh, we gotta end this? Okay, so fast forward the whole dinner, you know, we had a nice time, whatever. All right.
Yeah, that's I'm hungry. I ate food. Okay, we here.
You ready? Okay, you ready to go?
No, we're going.
Wherever you wanna go.
Oh,
We can go to my place, your place. No, we can go to your
I
place.
don't know you though.
Okay, we can go to your place.
No, I don't know.
You don't wanna, oh, you don't wanna go to, okay, you wanna come to my place?
No,
No?
I'm tired.
Okay,
I
that's
say
fine.
food.
That's fine.
Okay.
What you doing tomorrow?
Tomorrow,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be sleeping.
You gonna be sleeping?
Yeah,
You don't wanna do anything tomorrow?
maybe.
Okay, but we can fix that up.
I'll call you.
I will. Listen,
Listen,
I can take care of all your kids.
all my kids.
All your
All
kids.
6 of my kids.
All 6 of your kids. I can give you more. All of them.
Sure.
Every single one of them. Yes, sir. Mhm.
Sharkeisha.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
No dead name. I mean, we already know.
So,
I'm gonna take care of all your kids. You don't have to work ever again.
oh, ever again?
Ever again.
So money. So you put money on me, right?
Yeah, all the money you want.
All money. Like
All the money. I'm gonna be the last baby daddy you're gonna have.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're so full. You would never be attracted to some
But she's
stepdad
gonna
like
believe
that.
it.
Like,
But she's gonna believe it.
would you believe that?
Yeah. But I don't have 5 kids.
Okay. So see tomorrow?
So I'll see you. Let's go tonight.
No, tomorrow's fine.
So you don't want the best man in your life.
Yeah, but if you're the best time you
I will wait for you. I will wait for you.
on this.
I will wait for you, baby. You perfect. I want to do a whole life.
Yeah, you cut, bro.
Oh,
I told you what?
She was in a Canadian game. Toronto game. Man, all right.
listen, all men lie. You just gotta know how to lie.
Listen, bro.
That's it. That's
Alex, from her running her game, what would a typical woman do with the way that she ran her game as Ken over here?
Yeah, they would curve you all day long. And you know, it's funny because this is definitely confused. She's got a cross necklace with her titties out like that. So I know you don't have any common sense. You know what I mean? I mean,
What does that mean?
because you obviously, why would you put that on your titty like that?
Because I was supposed to go to work today, and then
Where
this
do
is
you work,
an
bro?
outfit. No,
Where do you work?
No, I was supposed to start a bottle girl job today, but I didn't feel comfortable
Why not?
because I had to be basically naked.
Oh wow!
I think you said no.
I said no, yeah. So I came here and said
So you're not nigga.
no. I'm not.
It's also illegal for you to work as a Canadian, by the way.
Stop.
So I'll say this, man. You failed the test. Because you sipped the moment you couldn't get her right away. You sipped.
Yeah.
Finish. It's gonna use you
But
on
that's
music.
what y'all do.
And you went to Poppy Steak
Hold
too.
on.
You went to
Yeah, Poppy Steak.
Also, you followed her lead, not your lead. As a man, you made the plans.
And I'm easy on you, by the way. I showed up before 6.
Yes, I mean, I'm not a man.
You
So.
would never be able to get like a date off that laziness. Right
No, but listen, let me tell you. My conclusion is
She's not responding.
my conclusion is all men lie. You just gotta know how to lie right. That's it.
Yeah, but you didn't even do a good job of that.
Because I'm not a man. I'm not a liar.
Oh, so now you see why women are useless. That's my point.
So your advice would be,
Your advice is to lie.
yeah, there you go.
Basically. I mean, y'all do it.
Damn.
Look, the reason why I do that experiment, I do it to show that there's no point in having female friends because the reason why women constantly say, I'd be a good friend is because I could be a wing woman, I can tell you what women think, but the reality is we'll put the rubber to the road and have women actually talk to a woman and pretend to be a guy. You guys have zero clue what to
No,
do.
my, but you're talking about them. Like, you know,
That's
Why
the
else
goal.
would we talk to you?
It's
That's the
two
goal.
different things, though. It's two, no. It's two. I'm sorry. It's two different things. Because if you want a girl and you want to date a girl, you're not gonna treat them the same. Because when you actually like a woman, you actually respect her, and you actually, you know, you're different. When you want a girl, you treat her like whatever. That's just my opinion. What do y'all think?
What about like a
Sure.
support system?
You're wrong.
Not like the friendship, like you know what I mean? Like having that friend as like just a support system.
You're talking
Not
about
like
the sugar
asking
baby,
for
sugar
advice.
daddy
All right,
relationship.
let me be
No,
very
no.
blunt about this.
Like a support
Women,
system.
let me
No,
hold
not
on, stop for
financially,
2
like-
seconds. Let me just be very blunt about this. Women really only offer one real value, and that is sexual value. Because men, we don't have similarities to you guys. We're very different from you guys. Our wiring is different from you guys. Like, women simply don't understand the male experience. You guys aren't really useful as being comrades from that perspective. So the real value you guys provide is sexual. So if you don't provide that, there's really no point to be friends with you guys.
Well, and you are right, but one pushback is this is the problem with you ladies, and this is why it's so bad that you guys act like big whores and you show you're online and all this stuff. Is because this is what you don't realize, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, is that your uterus is actually what they call, and this is like an old biblical thing. It's actual. We've all been there. It is what they call the portal of divinity. Every single one of us came through that same portal. So it's not cool and you're just letting random guys nut into you and all that stuff, And I'm not saying that all of you guys do that probably, but that's like you guys don't even value what you have. So I do agree with Myron. Like there are huge differences, but what you guys have is something so special, and I don't think you guys value it enough because it is the same place we all came from.
It was a lot nicer, man.
That was so good.
Yeah, I just don't see like the value of being friends with a woman when I can get the same exact thing from a guy while they understand my experiences more. Because as we show with this, by the way, we've done the experiment hundreds of times. Women always fail because they don't really know what it takes to be attractive as a man. You might know like what girls like or whatever in general, but when the rubber meets the road and you're actually talking to a woman and you're actually trying to build attraction, women rarely know what to do with their own objections. And he acted like a normal girl would, by the way. That's why. I was actually shocked that if you had done something lazy like that, meet a girl at Walmart and just have like a quick conversation, get a number, she won't even know who you are most of the time. She won't respond to like, who is this?
Well, I mean, I called her Dawn. It's a David. So she's like, yeah.
Did he call you Don?
So yeah, I don't know. I just don't think being friends with women makes sense for a man at all. It makes sense for you guys though. You guys get boyfriend energy. You guys get to friend zone him. You still get to talk to him and get his attention without giving him sex. It's a big W for you guys, but for us, it's a L.
But women, it's a good value exchange because we share skill sets. We share,
Yeah.
network, so it's different. Girls kind of like, what are you giving us?
Nothing. It's just like they're just there, and like that's my pendants. Okay.
Yeah, me, you get me.
Yeah. But no one ever says this to women because like it's kind of rude to say that. But the reality is like women provide almost no utility to a guy if there's no sex.
There's only one exception, bringing a friend, but even then, it's kind of like up in the air. Like she'll bring a friend for you to date.
Oh yeah, but most of the time they don't do that.
Exactly.
Because then they know their friend's gonna take her, and then she can't use them no more.
Well, and Myron, that's why I would kind of argue why you guys are kind of stuck trying to make friends with guys, because women being friends with women is the worst, And that's the thing is all these women are just backstabbing hoes at the end of the day. You know that. And that's why these women dress nice. Like a lot of it is they want sexual attention, but a lot of it, these women, that's the reason they want all this materialistic bullshit is to impress other women. Because most guys don't give it. I don't give a damn jewelry of the Destiny chain. I will tell you, but you wear that because you're trying to. I don't know who you're trying to impress, but and that's the problem is that these women are cutthroat. So it is kind of tough for you guys to make friends because women are so vicious.
Yo, that is a license plate. On the car.
You guys want to ask the girls or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean,
you guys go.
Yeah, you guys have any questions for us? I mean, I know that.
Yeah, I want to actually talk about actual brain cells. I want to learn it's good though. But I want to hear about your guys' backgrounds, actually, and how you got to the positions you're now, but you don't have to make it super long. I'm actually curious.
Well, Madison was the youngest congressman ever elected, right? I mean, you actually broke the record.
I'm aware.
And then me, I'm famous because me and AOC, she's a sitting congresswoman and she might run for president, had kind of a love affair, a temporary love affair.
Yeah.
And she was engaged to a guy at the time named Riley. He's a total cuckold. And
it was on the front steps.
It was on the front steps of the Capitol. It's a big deal. So yeah, that's how I blew up. But yeah, I mean, a little bit about myself is, I'm a little bit of a misogynist. I'm probably not as big of a misogynist as maybe Myron and Fresh, but I mean, I'm close. I'll tell you that much. And I'm like I said, I love big booty Latinas, even the illegal ones over here. I don't think you should be deported. I believe that you deserve amnesty. I do mean that. If you're a 9, you're fine. If you're an 8, you don't need to debate. If you're a 7, you're on the fence. But if you're a 6, you got to kick the brakes. Hit the brakes. Get the hell out. You know what you're too fat. Because a lot of these Mexican women, they eat a lot of these frijoles and beans. And then you guys get diabetes, and then you're just... you're such a drag on our healthcare system, and really, I don't like it because you guys are getting more social services. So I don't want your butts too big. I want them just the perfect J-Lo-esque size. And I know you have the J-Lo vibes. Do the guys comment? Yeah, let's see the big booty Latina. Yeah, let's just see for the audience. Is that what's
amazing.
Come on, don't be shy, Owen.
Mix, match, or happy with Gabe.
Girls, are you using a leg razor on your pubic area? The Venus Pubic Razor will change your friggin' life. Its anti-irritation barrier helps keep skin protected, and the curvy handle helps reach any hair. A better pubic shave is here. My skin, my way, Venus.
Oh man, shout out to Cam, man. Cam is a machine. Goat Michael Cam is like Tim Duncan and Tony Parker. It's like Shaq and Kobe, man. Shit, LeBron and Dwayne Wade. Mm.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Fresh Fit Podcast. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Fresh Fit Podcast. Man, we're live streaming to YouTube and on Twitch on Academic.
Oh damn. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Who knows? I don't. It depends. I'm still,
Chris,
trying to.
if you go drunk and go live, I'll watch it.
Oh yeah. Let's do it. Hey, let's do it. That should be lit, man. Yo, hey Chris. I don't know, man. That should be dope. Man.
There you go. All right. Ladies, welcome to the show. Thank you for waiting. We have Cloud as a guest here as well. If you don't mind, give us your name, your age, what you do for a living, dating status, both, of course.
You're about to go.
Start right here. Welcome to the show. So name, age. Go on. Look familiar.
No. Wow. I don't think I've met you before.
Oh yeah.
I've only been on like 2.
What the fuck? I know you, nigga. Yo, sorry, I'll say later. Yeah, give us your name and where you live.
Okay. I'm Melissa, and wait, could I say?
Yeah, you're Melissa.
18.
Okay. Where you from?
I'm from here. I live here in Maryland, but I'm Puerto Rican and Cuban.
Wait,
I have.
It's already? Damn! Fresh! Bro, sleep is coming back.
Yo, Chris, the year just started, bro. It's already fucked up, nigga.
Okay. What are you looking for?
I don't
No.
have
Okay.
that yet.
Student or
Yeah, I'm a student.
okay. Are you in college or
Yeah.
freshman? I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Get it, freshman.
What are you majoring in?
Nursing.
Wait, nurse?
Not yet.
All right, religious status.
Single.
All right, are your parents together?
No.
And then
birth control.
No. I don't be doing that.
No.
No.
All right, Chris.
All right, so a nurse.
A nurse.
No, not yet.
Almost.
What's my count?
1.
One?
One more on a yacht.
Hey, y'all hear me?
Salute.
Yo,
Yeah, salute.
off day today, nigga.
Congratulations, brother.
Tomorrow I'm off day too. I'm gonna work 2 shifts tomorrow.
Yep, gotta do what you gotta do.
I'm not even gonna fake it. Like I like being off, but I don't like being off. Like, when you get your body used to like moving so fast, and not even fast because you have to, but like when you get used to moving your body, and but you off and you ain't got shit to do, like I can't do that. Well, I'll put it like this. Once you start your Kobe mentality, it's hard to jump off that shit. Like it's hard to like take a rest because your body adjusted to that shit. Your mind. But yeah, life don't know shit about that. That Kobe mentality. That Cam's Camner. I'm gonna get off there because y'all. Shit, I expected to have some conversation or something.
Upcoming.
Oh, I was gonna say, boom, what was your first one, nigga?
Okay, and you said, do you live in Miami now or do you reach?
No, I forgot.
Okay, so you're just visiting. All right, highest education completed for you? High school?
Yes,
Wait, who paid for your flight?
I did.
What money?
What do you mean? You can make $6 grand being an outside a year.
Well,
Oh,
money.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
Last time out.
All right, okay. Okay, relationship status for you? All right, are your parents here? Or sorry, your parents together?
No divorce.
And then birth of you?
No.
Okay, and then what's your ethnic background?
Italian and French.
You came out here for vacation, I guess?
I just came out here for this.
Oh, okay.
Wait, for this show?
Welcome.
Why no?
Like, why ask my question?
I don't know, why no?
It was just a
No time.
one.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Not today. New year, new me, huh?
Yeah, New Year, New Me. Reset.
Oh, yeah.
Reset.
That's what it is.
Reset, right? So once the guy that you kissed.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Then it's 0.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, bro. Whatever. Okay. What about this?
Okay, hi. I'm Zulika. I go by Z for short.
Wait, hold on.
Oh,
Our unique name.
It is. It's Arabic. I like to give an age range because of my profession, actually.
We gotta know for the stats, man. We gotta know.
Yeah, we keep stats on all of those.
You keep stats? Okay.
Yeah, because when people say, oh, like, what's the demographic? Like, we have all.
Yeah, the demographic, I'm in my 30s.
Wait, 30s?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, black don't cry. We just started, bro. Come on. 32, 37.
I'm in my 30s.
No, she's 34, I think.
Just answer the question, please.
Someone said they'll take it. They'll take it.
No, he's lying, man. He's all girls, man.
I'm in my 30s.
She's 39.
Not
No. No, she's probably 40. Out here, by the way.
Get me out.
So it's a horse race.
Does it really even matter at this point? You're just fucking old.
I guess you can say that. Expired. Okay.
Yeah, because they're gonna find out in the chat anyway. Like they're gonna find out what your age is, and they're gonna, you know what I mean, they're gonna might as well just hold in there, like hold in there. So what is it?
They can find out if they want.
Okay. Bro, why are black women so fucking difficult, bro? Bro, it's like,
I'm giving you my government. I don't have to give you everything. I said I'm in my 30s.
Oh, I got it. She's 37. They found it.
They found it?
Yep, 37.
I'm 37.
Yeah, you expired, nigga.
It's like, bro, New Year, niggas gotta be niggas, man, every time. Come on, man. Nigga. Okay. Yeah, we are. Whatever. No, man.
What else do you want to know?
Body count.
Come on, I have grown women body count. I'm not about to give you my body count. You can try to find that too if you want.
All right.
Next time, hold that bitch. All right, where are you from?
Originally Jersey, but I live in Miami.
Oh, Jersey.
What'd you say?
What did you say? Did you say kick the granny? No, fine. All right, what do you do for work?
I'm in journalism and I do some performing arts.
Okay, relationship status?
I'm single.
Yeah, 37 as well, bro.
No, well, I see why. She wants to ask questions.
All right, guys together or no?
My
No.
dad passed away this summer.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry for your loss.
Yeah. So I have one
Really sound like that, Jesus Christ.
All right, what did you do?
Condom or abstinence.
By the way, do you
Or
condoms?
celibacy, I should say, because abstinence is like not.
By the way, so I heard from a study that condoms are bad for women. By the way.
Condoms are bad for women.
Yeah.
I feel like it could like
I
well,
heard that
the latex.
Uterus. I feel like it's not condom.
I've heard that the latex can do things, but there's different types of materials.
I mean, this material.
See that Laura from China? All right, okay, then, and then you're, like, what's your, are you black or Caribbean or Arab?
I'm black.
Foundational.
Okay, so like you're, like foundational then, right?
Black foundational.
So you're Indian.
I do have Chickasaw on my dad's side.
So I found out. Black American actually Indian.
Yeah. It's in Mississippi. I have.
Come on, I'm trying to be funny, bro. They can make it fun of them. All right. You're African, like you're,
I mean, if you look at the history of it, it's true.
like you're not Caribbean or like from Africa, like your family black here.
Like I'm Blackfoot.
That well, no, not that. No.
Yeah, yeah. All right, great. Okay, what about you? What's your name?
What are you doing?
Talking.
Yeah.
No, behind you.
My name is Mia.
Right, and how old are you?
I'm 20.
Where you from?
I'm Latina. I'm Nicaraguense.
I'm sorry?
No, you're
I'm
Nica.
Nicaraguense.
Nica.
Yes,
Oh,
Nicaraguense.
Nicaragua.
Triangles.
What piece?
Yes, Ritanga.
Okay, do you live in Nicaragua or do you live here in Miami?
No, I live here in Miami.
Okay. Where in Nicaragua? All right. What do you do? What?
I'm sorry.
What?
Sorry. Excuse you? No, I'm sorry. I spaced out.
No,
I'm a lash tech, and also I'm working into getting into modeling, and I do writing and stuff like that.
That's so nice.
You're a lash tech.
Yeah.
You're certainly not very fucking good at it.
I don't
Nigga said, what I'm on to. Damn. Yo, first part of 25 seconds in my head, bro.
Okay. All right, so you said you're a last second, you're a writer, right? Okay. What do you write? Like, what do you write? What do you write?
just like
Poetry? No, I don't know.
like stories, personal, like not really personal, but more like
Experiences.
yeah.
Like kind of hat?
Like a story.
Yeah,
Like,
kinda
you know
hat.
how you tell stories, but it's not.
Is it real?
It's like
Is it real?
it's both. I'll give you a little bit of both. Like that. Yeah.
So she does fiction and nonfiction. Whoa.
At the same time.
Okay.
At the same time.
Yeah, but it's
That you
I would say, okay.
All right.
you
Okay. Highest education completed for you. Did you
yes,
were you in
I
college?
finished high school and I just started college actually.
All right. What do you major in? Like, what's your major?
I just started. Okay.
What's your major?
Yeah, what's your major?
Okay. Mind your business.
Like, what's your, you don't major in anything?
But that's my favorite song. Mind your business. Like,
If you need help while filing your taxes or just want someone to do them for you, TaxAct has experts, real human experts, good old tax-savvy Homo sapiens. TaxAct, let's get them over with.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start, so an AutoZoner helps him choose a new battery, so he can make the tailgate and sell.
Get the French style slices and steaks for $4.99 from Little Caesars. 2 delicious slices and 4 pieces of Italian.
And you actually skipped that question for me.
Yeah, I just said skip.
What my education was.
Oh.
Y'all forgot all about
Yeah,
that.
you see?
Well, I mean, you're 37, so
So what are you assuming then? That like what is it?
maybe did African studies or something.
Damn, wow. I just told you I did journalism. You just assumed it was African studies.
We really got 2026.
That's actually one of the hardest classes. If you actually do take it in college, you'll realize that it's not that easy, actually.
African studies?
You're right. The professors are really strict, especially on Black kids in those classes.
In African studies classes?
Yes.
I mean, that makes sense, I guess. 'Cause I'm Black.
It does make sense.
Okay, well,
Especially with my name,
anyways,
yeah.
next question.
Far left. You know that smoke detector going up in the classroom now. Sorry.
All right.
All right.
Okay, well, you said you got a bachelor's degree?
Yes.
Where'd you get it from?
Rutgers.
That's cool. Okay.
No,
No,
it
Rutgers
doesn't.
sucks.
No, it doesn't. You went to school in Ohio then, I guess.
No, I didn't go to school in Ohio. I went to school in Boston, but Rutgers sucks. Rutgers? Is that a rival school? Where'd that go to school? Academics. Rutgers.
I was in Cincinnati.
You know academics?
You want to know academics?
Yeah.
Not personally.
Same school, but.
Rutgers has like an 80% acceptance rate. I should try.
Wherever you got
You get a degree. You get a degree. You get a degree. You get a degree. All right, niggas.
Yeah. All right. So, see, I try to save you by not asking you about the education, but okay. You major in journalism back there?
Journalism and media studies.
Journalism what?
And media studies.
Okay. All right, and then you said, what do you major in?
She said,
I said mind your business.
Mind your business.
How about you? I bet you'll go to school.
Yes.
okay.
No, mind your business.
What school is it?
You know, there's some things you just need to mind your business.
Got it. So nothing.
Wait. See, all right. Just
how is that? You're saying your major in private. I'm confused about that.
That's a good thing. Actually.
It's not about my major. It's about you're asking me, you know, what's going on.
okay. So I'm here.
No, we're not asking you what school it is. I just want to know your major. I'm just asking about the major.
Yeah, major.
I told you I just started. You know, I'm new to this, so I don't know much.
So you went undergrad then?
Mind your business.
She don't want to give isolation.
Can you just skip the question for me, please?
It's
Thank
simple.
you
I
very
mean,
much.
So she went in undeclared.
Will you get like an associate's degree and it's just like prerequisites?
Yeah, but you go in undeclared then, yeah. But you could have just said that.
Mind your business. I just started going. Damn.
All right, listen, Martin.
you know,
I am breaking the fourth wall, right? Because you was worried about us making fun of you, right?
I'm like, one of
But
those-
you're being rude right now, okay? Like, to the host of the show, okay? So if you just being neutral and you're good, but now you're being right now. So calm the fuck down, all right?
a bit.
Because whatever. So I'm letting you know right now you're cool. Chat wants you out, but hey, listen, just don't be rude, all right? Just calm the fuck down, okay? No one cares about
can you imagine, right?
Attitude.
If I came on your show and here's the question, I said, mind your business.
And it's a simple question. It's not basic at all. You're totally cool with telling us about your fiction/non-fiction stories that don't make any sense.
Yeah, it's fine.
But then when I ask, okay, well, cool, what are you majoring in? Mind your business.
Come on. Gotcha, bitch. And you talking to me, you can handle it, right?
She said, I'm feisty.
Feisty, yeah, feisty.
It's mind
I'm
your
too.
business.
Yeah, where's ice when you eat them niggas, bro?
That one comment.
She ain't having a fucking temporary status, man, over here talking shit to niggas, bro.
What'd you say?
That shit
Temporary
tired.
status.
She overstated. She brought here on a visa
Temporary status. If you didn't hear.
or a green card or some other shit.
Let's focus on the Somalian.
She ain't English. Come on, man. Now, the Nick Robbins been scamming too, bro. Them niggas been scamming for real.
Let's just skip the
I'm also
question.
about to do. That's my thing for Nico, bro. You might be lying, nigga. Somewhere else.
What am I lying about? Because I'm white.
Because I look white.
No.
No.
You don't.
That's so racist.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know.
I'm white too. So. All right. Cool. We can move forward though, because you.
Yeah, I don't think she goes to school though.
Either.
Yeah, or she majors in like nothing. I don't know.
GE.
Yeah.
Mary Kay college.
We didn't ask for that. We just wanted your major. You didn't have to say where you go to school.
I just
bro.
told you I do writing. What do you mean?
You could.
It's anywhere, right?
Well, how about?
Hold on.
What do you mean I say?
Were you born here in America?
Mind your business.
Oh my god. It's funny because you're almost good looking, but like all the pictures is just really ruining
You
it.
too.
Yo,
You're almost good
that is a
looking.
big thing.
Almost. You're like right there.
Wait. You know what?
I actually, I'm a model. Like I had a baby, so I
You're a
kind of.
model? Really? Diversity hire.
I'm trying to start modeling.
This nigga said diversity hire mom.
You have kids?
I have one baby girl.
Where's the father? Where's the father?
Mind your business.
Oh my god. All right.
That nigga did mind his business. He got the fuck up out
She's like, you're right. You're right.
Actually,
This is transmission. You gonna say something?
no, you know what? I'm just gonna.
Mind your business.
Yo, Martin, the merch.
Crazy. Okay. All right. Relationship status single.
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
Yeah, of course it is.
I bet.
Actually,
Oh.
since my baby father, you're talking so much shit.
Here we are.
Yes.
Was he
Yes.
black?
No, he's Hispanic.
Dominican?
Cuban.
He's black.
Come on, man.
He writes the beats.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Are your parents together?
No.
Makes sense.
They minded their business too. Everybody minded their business. Everybody minded their business. You know what that's right? Niggas minded their business.
Wait. Who's
What about the kids? Who wants a kid right now? The kids mind her business. Kid right now.
What are you talking about? My family, my cousin. I have family.
Okay. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you have
Mind
friends?
your business.
You have friends and family?
No, my cousin.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Just making sure.
What are you talking about?
Minding your business.
Do not bring up my daughter. Okay?
I mean,
That has nothing to do with you
you have
or
a daughter?
this. Yeah, I have a
See, I
daughter.
didn't know
You brought her up.
You told me, nigga.
You were just talking about who's watching my kid.
Actually, Chris asked that.
Trying to rage baby?
We're just making sure she's not locked in a hot car. To be honest with you. For your benefit, all right? Swear. Dude, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. It's always locks up.
Anyway, let's change the topic. Anyways,
all right. Body count.
actually, it's a new year, so 0.
Okay.
How much last year?
Yeah.
I only had my baby daddy.
Okay.
Yeah, 1.
You before.
He's my first body, so 1.
What, your first body?
Yeah, that's why he got me pregnant.
Mind your business.
No,
All right.
All right. All
All right. Fantastic.
All right, cool.
All right.
What about you? That was hard.
I'm Isabella. I'm
Hi,
25,
Isabella. All right. Where are you from?
Miami.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I own a business and I do real estate.
What's okay, what is the business you
Home health agency.
Okay.
Ooh.
Home health agency? What does that entail exactly?
To break it down to you, I send nurses to patients. So I work with the government. And
Oh, so we're a nurse, nigga. Let's go.
Oh, so you a pimp?
Yes, in the healthcare world.
Okay. I mean,
As far as jobs go, I tried out something new every few months because my scheduling with school was always pretty hectic. But during this break and for a few months prior, I had been house sitting. There were a few websites and apps that you could easily sign up for, and really the job was simple and didn't feel much like a job. Most people needing house sitters had huge, expensive houses, sometimes with pets or plants that they wanted me to take care of while they were away. And in return, not only did I get paid, but also could live in their super nice luxury house for a few days or even weeks. I got this specific house just a couple days into summer break. I went and met the owners the day before they left to get instructions and a list of things to do while they were gone. It was a really nice couple in their 30s. And right off the bat, when I pulled up to the house, I was a little confused. It was a small, older, unassuming home, sort of in the plains on the edge of town. Not the typical customers in need of house, and they were only going to be gone for 4 days. At first, I thought it was easy money. It wasn't until toward the end of our meeting that I figured out really why they wanted the house. The couple mentioned that during the day, all I needed to do was water their plants and make sure the house didn't burn down, but to be a little more cautious at night. They said some people had been coming by recently that they didn't know, and while they didn't have anything strange happen with them, they just wanted to be safe and have someone watch the house while they were away. As they were telling me this, they continually interrupted themselves, saying they were sure it was nothing at all and that they were overreacting, and played it down to be nothing to worry about. And I guess it worked, because I actually didn't even process how strange it was until the next day when I arrived at the home after they had left. Being out on the plains in an older home felt very isolating and uncomfortable. I wasn't used to it at all. Every direction I looked out the windows, it was just tall grass with the tree line far back and invisible when it was dark. And the sound, or lack of sound, is what really felt unsettling. It was dead silent outside, which made every noise in the house seem even louder. The creaky floors and walls, and just everything about it was creepy to me. Part of me wanted to leave, feeling like some information was left out about what this place really was, or why they hired me to begin with. But after that first night went by without any problems, I figured I was just in my head too much. I made breakfast and did some chores around the house, then sat outside on the porch for a while. The owners texted me asking how everything was going. They said everything was good. I will say, sitting out there alone felt nice now that the strange feelings had passed. It was just quiet and relaxing. The grass blowing in the wind and the birds flying around. Not stuff I see or hear very often living near the campus in the city. Once the sun fell, I headed in to watch TV and chill for the night. It was sometime around 8 when I stood up from the couch just to stretch and take a minute. I went over to the window, casually pushing the curtain aside and looking out at the backyard. But someone was out there, standing right in the field. I was more confused than anything, and just stared at them. He was definitely looking at the house, which, as more time passed, made me more uncomfortable, so I closed the curtain. Was this what the owners were talking about? The more I thought about it, the more insanely creepy it was. Way out here on the outskirts, some random guy watching this old house. Something wasn't right. I looked back out. The man was still there, but the longer I looked, I realized he wasn't alone. There were others, maybe 3 or 4. It was hard to make out whether some of them were figures or just shadows from the tall grass. I honestly couldn't believe what I was seeing, if not for the owners having mentioned something like this. I immediately texted them, saying there were a bunch of people watching the house outside, and the reply I got wasn't what I was expecting. They reassured me the people wouldn't do anything, that they never had done anything, and to just ignore them. But they also said if I was really nervous about it, then I could call the cops. I didn't know what to do. This was their house, and I'd never called 911 before, or been in any situation like this. So I trusted the owners that it was okay. I know now just how weird this was, and didn't realize how the owners were almost manipulating me into not calling the cops or being worried about it. I should have known how odd it was that they were so sure about the people being harmless, despite supposedly never having had any interaction with them. I went to look out the window again. All of them were gone now. No one was in the field of grass or by the tree line. It was empty out there. I stayed on edge though, checking the windows for a couple of hours. It had to be 1 a.m. at least. I didn't feel in danger anymore, but also not safe either. The thought of sleeping felt impossible, though my eyes were getting heavy. I couldn't stop thinking about those people eerily watching the house from out in the field. It made no sense to me. I got up from the couch to get another glass of water, to keep myself busy, and as I moved into the hallway, I heard a slight creak above me. I stopped walking and heard it again. I looked up at the ceiling. There was no upstairs in this house. Slow, heavy thumps moved across the roof, stopping when they got just above the front door. I jolted back and froze. I stared down the hallway at the door. They knocked again. I started to slowly back up, my footsteps creaking on the wooden floor as I tried to get back to the bedroom and lock myself in. But before I made it, my phone started ringing. It was the owners calling me. I hesitated before answering. He said in almost a disturbingly calm voice that everything was okay, but that I needed to walk out of the house and leave. I told him the people were out there, at the door right now. There was a pause. Then he repeated himself, telling me to walk out and leave, that the people weren't going to do anything to me. I was in shock. I could tell in his voice that he already knew. He knew that they were out there right now. The person outside was still knocking, much harder now, like he was getting impatient. And I could hear multiple others moving in the grass around the house. I knew I was running out of time, and my only choice really was to listen to the owner and leave, hoping he was telling the truth. I walked over to the door. When I got up to it, the knocking stopped. I opened the door. There were 2 older men there, both looking rugged and with straight and motionless faces. Footsteps were walking through the grass somewhere to the side of the house. Otherwise, it was dead silent. I was horrified, shaking as I slowly stepped outside. They just watched me, not saying a word, as I walked past them and got into my car, leaving the property. Once I was safe, I called the owner's number back to ask them what the hell just happened, but the call didn't go through. He had blocked me, and against my best judgment at the time, I didn't call the police. I took so long in deciding, feeling weird about calling the cops to someone else's house when he didn't ask me to, and overall just feeling like it was out of my place and up to the owners to deal with whatever was going on, because clearly they didn't want me to know anything. I don't know what would have happened if I didn't listen and stayed inside. I know the group of people would have likely broken them, and I'm not sure if they would have let me go had it come to that. It's been almost a whole decade since this happened, and I still think about it from time to time, but never had come to any conclusions on what was really going on at that house.
Papa Murphy's Triple Pep Pizza is back. For a limited time, get giant, classic, and mini cut pepperonis with that crispy crunch. Made fresh in our kitchen, baked hot in yours. Just $10.99 at PapaMurphys.com.
What is it about Chamberlain University that makes our nursing students so successful? The opportunity to learn from anywhere, the support that comes from everywhere. That's what you can expect from the member.
Genius, I need a financial plan.
They have your new budget and financial plan ready.
I work for the city as a type of general contractor for regular work that needs to be done around town. A lot of the kind of stuff I do is seasonal work, and this happened during winter, so a good portion of my shifts were driving the snowplow to clear all the roads. Even on the days it didn't snow, I'd be salting the roads or plowing the leftover snow that we didn't get to the days before. I always volunteered to switch over my shifts to night shifts around this time of year because it was way calmer and peaceful to plow the roads when it was dark and empty. This night, I clocked in at the warehouse at 10 p.m. There was a massive snowstorm coming through the town that had started a few hours ago. I quickly checked which sections of town I was assigned, then got the keys and hopped in the plow truck. Even the roads that I could tell had already been plowed were starting to get bad again, and the heavy snowfall made it really hard to see. Luckily, no one else seemed to be out on the roads. I made my way about 20 minutes down to the southeast part of town that I was assigned to plow. I had been doing this for years, so I knew all the sections like the back of my head. This area was the older part of town, the neighborhoods that had been there for who knows how long. Some of the houses had been rebuilt or heavily renovated because so many people nowadays move there just for the land the houses sit on. It was much more quiet and spread out there. Only downside, at least for my job, was that the roads were thin. I'd call them 1.5 lane roads, wider than a single lane one-way road, but not wide enough for two cars to pass by each other without slowing down first. So obviously bringing the snowplow through there can be a bit difficult. At night, I usually didn't have to worry too much about it. Anyway, when I got to the neighborhood, I began circling in and out of the streets, pushing the snow off the road. A big, spread out neighborhood like this takes a while. I was probably in the front of the neighborhood for almost 2 hours. I think I remember seeing it was close to 1 a.m. when I finished up and started making my way further in toward the back of the neighborhood. And that's when I pulled up behind the car. I nearly had to slam on the brakes because in the storm I couldn't see them until they were just 30 feet ahead of me. It was some old, beat-up, dark red car, stopped right in the middle of the road. No way to get around this guy, even with a normal car. I waited a while, and the car didn't flash its hazards or move at all, so I thought he might have been stuck. I put the plow in park and hopped out, walking through the deep snow-covered streets and up to the car. Just as I got a few feet away, the driver's side door swung open, and a man stepped out. As I started asking if he was stuck and needed help getting out, I noticed he looked really disturbing, not like anyone I'd seen before. He was very thin, his hair was disheveled, and his face looked exhausted, Yet his eyes stayed wide open, like he hadn't slept in days, but was hopped up on caffeine. I switched my question over to, "Are you okay?" This guy did not look well at all. I took a couple steps closer to try and help, but he mumbled something under his breath. Couldn't hear it through the harsh winds. I said, "What?" And he mumbled again. The man just said, "Leave." I said I was just trying to make sure he was okay. And this time he nearly yelled, "Leave." So I backed up, and by the time I'd gotten back into my plow truck, he had driven off. I didn't know what the hell was wrong with that guy, but I knew there was something wrong. I stayed parked there for a minute, debating on calling the cops just because of how strange it all was. But I didn't get his tab, so I thought it wouldn't be useful anyway. Besides, he was probably just having a really bad night or something. I continued plowing the streets. Went another 30 minutes not seeing anyone at all. Even the snow that was on the streets didn't have very many tire tracks going through them. It looked like everyone had stayed in tonight to weather out the snowstorm. I was back to just going through the motions at this point, plowing the calm roads and wondering when the snow would stop falling, when I had to hit my brakes again. It was that same car, the old red one, stopped right in the middle of the street. This was a different spot from before, though. I looked around, and there was only one house on this part of the road. After 30 seconds of waiting, I tapped on the horn, but got nothing in return. He stayed parked right there in the road. This time, I decided it was too strange and got on the line with the police to report this really unusual behavior. The license plate was covered in snow, or maybe just by the blizzard. I couldn't tell, so I got out to get a closer look. Pretty much just when I did, I saw through his windows that the car was empty. No one was in there. I kept the operator updated that I didn't know where the guy was, but then I heard something. A scream, faintly cutting through the wind. It came from the house right off the road. I took a few steps closer, unsure if I'd heard it correctly, and that's when I heard it again, and saw that the front door was wide open. I sort of put the pieces together of the man being gone and the house being open, and knew something horrible was going on. I called out as I started running through the deep snow to get up to the front door. I told the operator everything that was going on, and of course they told me to wait in the truck for an officer to get there. I didn't listen. I went up to the front door, and the inside of the house was dark, aside from a hallway light glowing from upstairs, and I could hear the horrifying screams of a woman calling for help, muffled by the sounds of someone slamming their body into the bedroom door. I hurried up the staircase and found the disturbing-looking guy trying to break down the door, slamming his shoulder into it, kicking it, and doing everything he could to get it open. He didn't even turn to look at me or stop when I approached him. It wasn't until I pulled him away that he started fighting back. I was able to get control of him, enough to keep him away from the door. The guy was completely losing it, and I hadn't noticed until I managed to pin him to the ground that there was a knife on the floor at the other end of the hallway. I think in the struggle, he had tried to grab it from his pocket at some point and lost control of it before he could do anything. I knew the moment I saw it that I had gotten really lucky. A few minutes later, he ran out of energy and couldn't fight much more, and when police arrived, they cuffed him and brought him in. Now, I think most of what happened is pretty easy to put together, but I still feel like I didn't get a lot of specifics from the officers in the weeks afterward. All I know is the house he broke into was his ex-wife's house, where I guess he also used to live. Probably lost it in the divorce and lost his mind as well. That's all the details I managed to get. I still feel slightly guilty for not calling the police the first time I saw him, because I did have a bad feeling about him. I just didn't think it could have possibly been that bad. Thankfully, everyone managed to be okay afterward. Recently, I picked up a job doing overnight deliveries. There's a few companies that hire people to do this, and having been an Uber driver for the last several years, I thought this would be a good change. The official title of this kind of job is flex drivers, meaning you use your own car and deliver stuff on a flexible schedule. I always did overnights for the extra pay and the ease of the work. 99% of what I did was picking up Amazon packages and delivering it to houses throughout the town. I think because it was sort of a new thing, it was never really well planned in the system. Like all the deliveries were often far from each other. On this night, I had started late, around 11ish, and went straight to the warehouse to get my packages, then started heading to the delivery locations. First few went well, nothing special to note, but my next delivery was really far out, about 40 minutes from the previous one, which I'm getting paid for it, so it doesn't matter. But still, a long drive is a long drive just for a single delivery. I made my way all the way out there, passing through the shady part of town that I wasn't too familiar with. I saw on the label that it had a unit number on the address, which is a telltale sign that it's going to be an apartment complex. Often there's package rooms to leave them in, or special directions of some kind that somehow always cause issues, like not being able to access the package room, or not being able to find the right unit. When I pulled up to the address, I knew it was going to have one of these issues. The building was old and looked like it should have been torn down years ago, but a few apartment lights were on in the windows. It was very still outside. I didn't see anyone around. I got the package and stepped out, walking around the building to the package room. But of course, the door was locked, and there was no code on the order. So I walked back around to the main entrance to the apartment, but the lobby was locked as well. In cases like these, I just drop it off outside the door. However, in the 30 seconds I was out there, a man came up to me. He was tall, with a thick winter jacket on, and looked maybe 50-ish with a gray beard. At first, he just walked up and said, "How's it going?" So I nodded and moved aside, assuming he was trying to get into the building. But the man stopped right next to me and just stood there for a second. I said sorry and stepped further back, saying he could go in and that I was just dropping off a package. The man said no worries and asked how my night was going, still standing in the same spot. That's when I realized he was actually trying to talk to me and start a conversation, which was pretty weird, given we were alone out there at like 2 in the morning. I confusedly said my night was all right, and I was just doing some deliveries, making up that I was running behind and had to go. I started walking back to my car, but heard him start asking about my job, like he didn't hear that I just said I had to go. I heard him take a couple steps behind me before I got in my car and pulled away, leaving the parking lot. I didn't know what that was, but knowing that I was in a shady area of town had me a little more worried about it. At least I got away though. I pulled over a few minutes down the road to situate the other packages and figure out what was next. I found one of them that was 15 minutes from me. Put my blinker on to get back onto the road, seeing a car coming up in my mirror and waiting for them to pass so I can merge back in. But the car started slowing down until I realized it was pulling off to the shoulder right behind me. I didn't bother staying and just got back onto the road, then continued to the next address. Thought it had to be a coincidence, just some strange night I was having. I drove the 15 minutes, getting to the house. It was a regular home in a very typical neighborhood. I made sure I had the right box, then headed up the driveway and up to the door. Not 20 seconds later, I saw a light coming from down the road. I turned and glanced over my shoulder, seeing a car driving slowly along the street. And when it stopped right behind mine, my whole body went cold. I didn't ever get a good view of the car that tried to stop behind me before, but this was too much to be a coincidence. I was sure it had to be the same car from 15 minutes ago. And somehow, even then, I had never connected that it could have been the guy from the apartment complex. It seemed so impossible. But when I saw him looking at me through the window, I knew I needed to get out of there right away. I sprinted for my car. The man saw me running and pulled his car around, blocking the front of mine, and he got out just as I got in. His friendly, albeit creepy, face from before was gone. He looked pissed off. He ran up to my window and started punching it. I backed up to go around him, but he ran right in front of my car. The guy was screaming too. Nothing sensible though. It almost didn't even sound like English, just a mesh of random words that meant nothing. I started backing up more until I was far enough that he ran back to get in his car. Then I sped past him. I knew he'd follow, so I called 911 and desperately asked for help. An officer was nearby, so they told me to just keep driving and updating them on where I was. At some point, I don't know if it was a minute or two after driving, I noticed the man behind me wasn't there anymore. I met up with an officer soon after that, and to be perfectly honest, I thought this was going to be a case where we never found out who he was. But I guess the guy was pretty stupid. He ordered the package that I delivered to the apartment complex, using a random fake address of one of the units, but still using his real name. They even found him the next day hanging around the complex and actually waiting on a different package, presumably to try again whatever it was he was doing. When they questioned him, he was described as a psychotic person that had no real reason for anything he was doing. And while that answer didn't satisfy me, that was that. It's scary knowing how quickly and randomly you can run into someone that has horrible intentions without even having motives. I think if I didn't get away, there would have been nothing I could do to stop him from doing whatever it was he was intending. As I passed by, they were all huge and had a ton of land between each of them, but none of the houses seemed to be very new. They had that typical older mansion style of basically just being really large and nothing else.
At Raising Cane's, we focus on making the most critical chicken finger meals, getting them right every time.
I once met this dude named Matt when I was out with friends at a bar one summer. I was out with a big group. Matt and I made friends at the bar, vibing over the Cubs game that was on. My group kind of dispersed away from me as I spoke with Matt, so it wasn't like Matt really spoke to any of my friends. We ended up exchanging Instagrams, and he had a decent amount of followers on Instagram, and his pictures made him seem like a normal 20-something-year-old dude who likes to go out, travel, and stay active. After we exchanged info, I went to go find my group. Honestly, whenever you bro out with another guy while you're at a bar, the odds of ever actually contacting each other again after exchanging info are slim to none. You always act like you'll hit them up, but come the next day when you're sober, you just have no interest. Well, the next day, which was a Saturday, I went out to another bar/restaurant with my friends. This was an outdoor spot on the water. It was for my friend Tyler's birthday. I put something on my Instagram story as we all sang at the bar for him. After about an hour, we were done with dinner and just hanging around the outside section of the bar. I got a tap on my shoulder. I turned around and it was Matt. He dabbed me up with a smile and said this was his favorite Saturday night spot. I introduced Matt more officially to my friends this time, saying, "You guys remember Matt?" Even if they hadn't really spoken to him, they did see him the night before. Well, as the night went on, Matt kind of hung around for a while. And it was fine because everyone was drunk, including him, and everyone was just having a good time. The next time I saw Matt was when he invited me golfing on a hot day. Honestly, I suck at golf. It's something I want to get better at. And when he invited me early one Sunday morning, I went. I think it was literally the following weekend after I saw him last. It was just him and I going. I tried to get a couple of my friends to go. They were too hungover and said it was too early. Matt and I just vibed playing golf. I think it was only 9 holes. It took us like 2 hours. Afterwards, we got food, and then I went home to relax before work the next day. I saw Matt one more time out after that, before he invited me on a hiking trip with him to Arizona. Honestly, Arizona and the Grand Canyon were always on my bucket list. I just checked the dates with work and confirmed I was able to go first. That was an immediate yes. I asked Tyler and a couple of other friends to come with. They were heavy no's. They said they couldn't get the time off work and needed to save money. The typical responses from any of my friends when I try to get them on a trip. I asked Matt if any of his boys were going. He said nah, he was going solo dolo. I actually hadn't met any of Matt's friends yet. His Instagram painted him as the super popular guy, though, so I didn't find it weird. We flew out on August 15th, and our return flights to Chicago were August 18th. We landed at night. Matt rented a car for the weekends, and on the way to the Airbnb, we stopped for food and alcohol. By the time we got to the Airbnb, it was late. We had a couple of beers when we got there. I could tell that Matt was down to stay up longer, but I was admittedly shot and wanted to go to sleep. This was when I realized that there was only one bed in the Airbnb. I had never asked him to confirm that there were 2 bedrooms. When I brought it up, he pointed to the couch I was sitting on and said it's a pull-out couch. He then said relax and that he's not going to charge me for the Airbnb. Honestly, a free stay in Arizona, I couldn't complain about the couch. I pulled out the sofa bed, set up the sheets, and went to sleep. It was surprisingly comfortable. In the middle of the night, I woke up to Matt walking through the living room to the kitchen to get water. I'm a light sleeper. The sound of a pin drop will make me wake up. I rolled over and went back to sleep. The next morning, Matt woke me up early. It was a sunny, gorgeous day, and we drove straight to the Grand Canyon. I had no idea just how massive it truly was, or how many individual trail options there were. We hiked the Bright Angel, I think. I didn't realize how out of shape I was until that day. Matt was perfectly fine, laughing and telling me to keep up, while I was dripping in sweat and out of breath. We took numerous breaks, which we used to take a million amazing pictures. It was beautiful. Eventually, we got back to the car. We had been hiking for over 2 to 3 hours, and I needed food. We stopped by a deli on the way back. It was a long drive back to Phoenix. When we got there, we took a midday nap. And then after that, we explored around Phoenix. And of course, in Matt fashion, we drank at multiple bars. I barely knew the guy, but I could already see he liked his alcohol. Fast forward, we got really, really drunk. I think I got drunker. I'm not sure how, because Matt was downing as many drinks as me. We had to leave the rental on the street and move back to the Airbnb. It was late. Time flew by somehow. I don't remember much besides Matt blasting music in the Airbnb for a bit, and I plugging my phone in next to the couch. I guess I just went to sleep after that. That night, I woke up randomly, probably a couple of hours after I fell asleep. My bladder was about to explode. My mouth was drier than the Grand Canyon. I got off the couch and headed toward the bathroom, but I heard something. A crack in the floor, like a crack from pressure. I scanned around the dark room with my eyes and saw nothing, so I went to the bathroom. While I was in there, midstream, I heard a door clicking shut. It had to be Matt's bedroom door. When I finished peeing, I went to try Matt's door, but it was locked. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. Whatever. I went back to the couch and fell back asleep pretty easily. The next morning, I woke up at like 8 a.m., head throbbing. The first thing I noticed was my phone. It was in a weird position. I had it charging last night and left it laying on the floor next to the couch bed. Now, it was sitting on the table next to the couch and it was unplugged. I was questioning why I might have done this. Ultimately, my answer was simple. I was just super drunk. That day, we obviously didn't do any hiking, otherwise I would have puked. We just Ubered to the car and then did some driving around, exploring different neighborhoods, scenery, and checking out the botanical gardens. I didn't really want to drink that day, but later on, that convinced me. Wouldn't you know it, it was another night of getting really, really drunk. Our flight was at like 1 p.m. the following day, so at least we didn't have to worry about getting up really early. We got back to the Airbnb late again, I'd say between 1 and 2 a.m. this time. Matt insisted on letting me sleep in the bed that night, just because it was fair. Honestly, I didn't argue. I eventually took my bag to his room and then said goodnight and shut the door. I didn't lock it. Not that it mattered, because the locks, from what I remembered, had those doorknobs with locks that you could easily unlock with like a butter knife or something. I wish I could say the story ended there and that we went home in peace the next day. Well, I woke up that night, probably not long after I fell asleep. I didn't know what woke me up at first. It's like waking up to a sound, but you didn't fully consciously hear that sound because you were still technically asleep when it caused you to wake up. I looked around the room and then for my phone. My phone was missing. I had it plugged in next to the bed, I had the phone on the bed next to me. Now the cord was just dangling from the outlet to the ground with no phone. How could this happen again? I looked on one side of the bed on the floor and then the other, and I jumped up and screamed at the top of my lungs when I saw Matt laying face down, sprawled out on that side of the bed on the floor. He looked up, looking like he'd just woken up from a deep sleep. I shouted, "What are you doing?" He looked around the room, acting confused, like he didn't know how he got there. He stood up and said that he must have been so blacked out that he just walked in here to go to bed. Then remembered I was in the bed and he crashed on the floor. That didn't make sense because he was on the side of the bed further from the door. I then accused him of taking my phone, and he played dumb. He said I should check under the bed, maybe it fell. Then he got on his knees, looked under the bed, and instantly said, "Bro, here it is." And he pulled it out from under the bed. I looked at him. I genuinely felt like I was staring at a different person now. Who was this guy? Did he really try getting into my phone twice? I told him I'll just go back to the couch, but he insisted he would, and then he left the room. With that your ass, I locked the door this time. If it weren't for the phone, sure, I'd just see it as he was really drunk and did something goofy, like come pass out on the floor. But I was detecting shit there. He took my phone, and I know it. Since I was still kind of drunk, I didn't really have much trouble falling back asleep. Once again, I wish it ended there, but it didn't. I woke up one more time that night, and this time I quickly realized why. At the foot of my bed was Matt standing there, and all I could really see was his silhouette. For some reason, I didn't jump or scream this time. He sat down on the bed and started rubbing my foot, and that's when I screamed at him to get out. He wouldn't move, so I had to physically push him off the bed and out the bedroom door. I started packing my clothes into my bag. I quickly packed all my toiletries and whatever else I packed. He didn't say a word. He sat upright on the couch watching me like a creepy NPC the entire time. It was the most unsettling part. I called an Uber to the airport. I wasn't staying there another minute. He didn't try to stop me. I got to the airport just as the sun was starting to rise. And as hard as I tried to sleep, I couldn't. My mind was just racing. I waited there the entire time for the flight. I paid like $35 to change my seat so I wouldn't be next to Matt. I looked out the window the entire time the plane was boarding so I wouldn't have to make eye contact with them. I didn't tell any of my friends until later that day. I just needed time to process and digest everything. A couple of my friends said, "See, I told you he was weird." I pointed out that both times we ran into him, he was alone. It got me also thinking that the only reason he ran into me at the outdoor bar is because he saw my Instagram story and probably came there. Actual stalker behavior. I blocked his number and Instagram, but before doing so, I went to one of his older Instagram posts where he was with friends. No one was tagged in the picture, but I looked at the comments, and there was one comment from a guy who looked like he was in the picture. I saw that Matt wasn't even following him or vice versa. I took it upon myself to DM the guy, asking if he was still friends with Matt. The guy responded back within 10 minutes saying this: "Nah, guy's a freak, run away." From there, he told me about his own experience along with the other guys who used to be friends with him. We all had to cut him off. The guy untagged himself from Matt's photo, but he said he can't forcibly get him to take down the picture. He wasn't surprised at all when I told him what had happened in Arizona. The guy's response was, "Guy should be in jail." It's crazy. I thought Matt was just a normal dude who was looking for a bro. He ended up being a potentially dangerous predator. I still just want to know what he was trying to access on my phone. This happened last summer, around mid-July. I was home from college for a few weeks, and I was just trying to enjoy the break before my next semester started. My name's Kyle, and I live in Maryland. I had been talking with my two closest friends, Jason and Marcus, about doing something together. Just the three of us, like we used to back in high school. We all go to different colleges now, so it's rare that we get time like this. We ended up planning a weekend beach trip to Ocean City. Jason's family owns a small beach house there that they don't use much. He got permission for us to stay there for a few days. It was nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom place a couple blocks off the sand. But it was perfect for what we needed. Just time to relax, party a bit, and then catch up. We drove down on a Friday afternoon. The weather was hot, upper 80s, with that heavy, humid air that sticks to your skin. It smelled like sunscreen and salt water the second we got into town. We spent the day walking the boardwalk, messing around in some of the arcades, and people watching. The beach was packed with tourists, kids running around with beach balls, families with umbrellas and coolers, lifeguards constantly yelling at people to move out of the restricted areas. Everything felt normal. It was just a fun summer day. Later, we went back to the house, grilled burgers, had a few drinks, and started playing drinking games. By midnight, we were drunk and bored, and someone, maybe Marcus, suggested we go back to the beach. There's something weirdly appealing about being near the ocean at night. The beach is almost completely empty, the air cools down, and there's just something peaceful about it. We didn't bring much with us, just some hoodies in case we get cold, our phones, and a flashlight Jason grabbed from the kitchen drawer. We didn't plan to swim around or anything, just hang out and maybe walk along the shore. We headed down a side street and onto the wooden boardwalk, and took the steps down to the sand. As expected, it was basically completely deserted. The waves were steady, the only light came from a few lamps on the boardwalk and the moon behind some clouds. There was barely enough visibility to make out where the water met the shore. We walked along the edge of the surf, occasionally letting the cold water hit our ankles. We joked around, talked about random stuff, and just killed time. After a while, we stopped near one of the lifeguard towers, those wooden ones they take down at night. We just laid in the sand, looking up at the sky. That's when Jason noticed something. He suddenly sat up and said, "Is that someone walking over there?" We all sat up and looked in the direction he was pointing. At first, I didn't see anything. It just looked like a dark blur near the shoreline. But then, yeah, I saw it.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda from the Kelly Blue Best Value brand. Buy online, reserve for select dealers, or hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
This is Mike, and Mike just had the best week of his life. It started with a macaroni at the pool, followed by a limited breakfast. He wandered.
Figure. It was just a silhouette at that point, walking slowly, right along the edge of where the water touched the sand, probably 50 or 60 yards away. We figured it was just another person out late like us, maybe just going for a walk. But then we noticed that their movement was off. They weren't strolling around like someone enjoying the beach. Their walk was stiff, slow, and almost mechanical. Their arms didn't swing naturally, and their posture was strange. Their head was tilted down, but not fully. It looked like they were staring at the sand or maybe scanning it. We all stopped talking and just quietly watched them. Something about it put me on edge. I remember whispering, "What the hell are they doing?" Marcus suggested that maybe they're just looking for something. Jason joked that it was probably some drunk tourists who dropped their keys. We kind of laughed it off and went back to messing around, but we kept glancing at the person. A few minutes passed, and I noticed they had stopped moving. They weren't walking anymore. They were standing completely still now, and they were definitely closer, maybe 30 yards away. That's when I started feeling uncomfortable. We tried not to stare or shine our light at them. It was getting hard to ignore. It was just something off about the entire thing. Marcus finally said, "They've been standing there for like 5 minutes. Who just stands like that?" Then Jason said something that made my stomach drop. He said, "He's not just standing. He's looking at you, Kyle." I didn't know if he was joking or not. I kind of laughed nervously and said, "Nah, he's looking at the sand." Jason shook his head and said, "No, look closer. His head's tilted at you." That's when Jason pointed the flashlight at him. I didn't even want him to do that, honestly. He clicked it on and aimed the beam. The light hit the figure for just a second before the battery started dying and flickered out. But that second was enough. I saw him. He was almost grayish white with no shirt. He was wearing wet jeans, clearly from the ocean. His arms hung completely limp at his sides. His head was tilted at a weird angle. Not broken, but unnatural. And his eyes were wide open, almost bulging. The second that beam of light hit him, he moved, fast. Without any hesitation, He broke into a full sprint straight at us. I can't even describe how unnatural it was. There was no buildup. He went from standing completely still to running at full speed, almost like he launched forward. All three of us screamed and bolted. We didn't even look back. We just ran. I could hear Marcus behind me yelling, "Go," as our feet pounded into the sand. My lungs were burning. We ran all the way back to the steps leading up to the boardwalk and didn't stop until we got to the street. Only then did we turn around. He wasn't there. The beach was empty. There were no footprints behind us, just the sound of waves. We stood there frozen, trying to make sense of it. We didn't talk much on the walk back to the house. When we got inside, we locked all the doors and windows, pulled the blinds shut, and stayed up until the sun came up. None of us could sleep. I kept expecting to hear knocking or see that pale face outside the window. Thankfully, it never came. The next morning, we tried to laugh it off again, say it was probably just some cracked out homeless guy trying to scare people. But deep down, none of us believed that. The way he moved, the way he appeared out of nowhere, the lack of footprints, it made no sense. We stayed one more night, but we didn't leave the house. We left early the next morning. Over the next few weeks, we tried to move on. Then Jason texted me one night. He said he'd been having dreams, the same dream over and over. He'd wake up and see the guy standing in the corner of his room, soaking wet, head tilted, just staring at him. No movement, no talking, just standing. I told him that was messed up, but I didn't tell him that I was having the exact same dream. Everything was the same, the guy, the posture, just standing in my room, not moving and not talking. Sometimes I wake up thinking I hear the sound of wet footsteps in my hallway. But when I check, no one's there. Then, last week, almost a year later, I was scrolling through this local Facebook group that posts about stuff going on in Ocean City. Someone uploaded a photo they'd taken the night before from the beach. It was grainy and dark. I recognized what they were talking about. They said, "Does anyone know who this creepy guy is that I saw standing by the water at like 1 a.m.? I clicked the photo. It was blurry, but I recognized him instantly. Same posture, same pale skin. He was just looking down at the water. The comments chilled me even more. There were dozens of people saying they'd seen him too. Some said he was there for hours. One person said they watched him walk into the water and never came back out. Another said they found wet footprints on their back porch 2 streets from the beach. No prints leading to or from them. I don't know what we saw that night, but I know this. I'll never go back to that beach at night again. I grew up in Massachusetts, and every summer since I could remember, I would spend the 3 months in a classic coastal New England town. You know the type if you've been in that area of the country. I had a big group of friends who always did the same thing. We would get up to all kinds of shenanigans every day after our respective jobs. I was 19 years old when this happened, like most of my friends, and I had just gotten off of a dock boy job I had. So like any other night, I texted my friends what the plan was and picked up my friend who I'll call Emerson from his job to go get alcohol, as he was the one with the fake ID. We got the alcohol and went back to the small town where we lived. We decided to get on my family's boat that I was able to take out on my own, to have some beers while we wait for everyone else to finish what they were doing. We drove around the little peninsula we were on to this place where a lot of people anchor and hang out. There were a couple of boats anchored already. It was about 7 p.m., but it still wasn't unusual. We found a spot between the 2 boats, threw the anchor down, just chilled and drank. We were having a nice time, listening to the music from the boat to our left, and the one to our right decided to leave. Then eventually the other boat's music shut off. We thought they were going to leave as well, so Emerson and I, in our new drunken state, began to groan and yell to turn the music back on, keep the party going, a bunch of other stupid stuff like that, but it didn't happen. We were sitting on the bow and started to drink again, before Emerson said, "Dude, look." I turned around to look at the boat, saw 3 people standing on the edge, just looking at us. My first reaction was to laugh because I was drunk, and I turned back around, but Emerson kept staring at them. Now, admittedly, I don't have a great sense of danger. I tend to be optimistic and lighthearted about most things. Emerson was obviously uncomfortable. I told him not to worry about it. Probably just trying to get a better look or something. But he kept looking with an uncomfortable look on his face, which I didn't get at the time. At this point, it's pretty dark, nothing illuminating the area but the lights from their boat. Therefore, you couldn't really see who it was, just the silhouettes of these people. After a couple of minutes of trying to get Emerson to snap out of it, I turned back around and saw they were in the same position, staring at us. I thought it was a joke, so I got the megaphone from the compartment over the steering wheel and said, 20 to watch, fellas, which pissed Emerson off because he sensed something wasn't right. I was putting it back when I heard one of them laugh, audibly and man, but something was off about it. It sounded almost sinister. It was slow and low. It was kind of raspy. It was at that point that I started to feel uncomfortable. Emerson got up and said, let's get the hell out of here, bro. This ain't right. But I responded that it was fine. Right after that, we heard two splashes in the water from their direction and saw that only one silhouette remained on the boat. That made Emerson immediately start pulling the anchor up, as I was laughing at the situation and at him, which, looking back now, was unbelievably stupid. He tried telling me to turn the engine on while I was laughing my ass off, watching him pull the anchor up as I was trying to drink my beer. In fact, I was laughing so much that I didn't notice the sound of the two people swimming near our boat. Emerson paused and looked at me with the anchor in his hands, which made me pause too. We couldn't see into the water, as it was dark and the lights were off with the boat. I called out hello, but got nothing. Even the sound of the splash of water stopped. Right after that, I simultaneously heard Emerson yell, "Oh," and a sudden splash of water behind me before I turned and saw someone trying to climb onto the back of our boat. I freaked out. While turning the key, I saw a hand grab the railing on the side of our boat near Emerson. He was yelling and holding the anchor up, ready to fight. I finally turned the boat on and instinctively gunned it forward, smashing into the sandbar that was right in front of us. I put it in reverse and drove backwards as fast as possible until we were out of the little bay and back into more open water. I threw it back in neutral, and Emerson and I just looked at each other before he started giving me the "I told you so's" and "you're a dumbass." I fully agreed, said we should go back, which he agreed. In hindsight, we should have hightailed it back to the boat docks near my house, but for some reason, we decided to pick up everything that was thrown around during our escape. We didn't even finish before I noticed in the direction we just came from, the lights of a boat approaching, and it was approaching fast. I said, no way. Jumped back to the steering wheel and pushed full throttle. Our boat is old, so it doesn't go super fast. And even though I was full speed ahead, they were gaining on us. Emerson started to lose it, saying things like, who are these guys? What do they want? Why can't they just let us chill on the water? So I told him to chill out and focused on going straight to the docks. After about 5 minutes, the docks were in sight, but the boat behind us was so close that we could see the bow itself going up and down with the waves. I honestly didn't know what to do. I banked a hard left and got as close to the shore as I could without beaching. Miraculously, the other boat peeled off in the other direction. We breathed sighs of relief. They still went full speed back to the docks. After docking and being relieved at the fact that there wasn't any damage to the boat, we met up with our friends after that and told them what had happened. And also came up with some theories, like maybe they wanted to rob us, or maybe they wanted to take the boat. We didn't recognize the boat, so they probably weren't from around here. I don't know. I don't like to think about what would have happened. I'm just glad we didn't find out. I do know that I'm thankful for Emerson being there. Without his skepticism, I think things definitely could have taken a turn for the worst.
Papa Murphy's Triple Pet Pizza is back. For a limited time, get giant, classic, and mini cut pepperonis with that crispy crunch. Made fresh in our kitchen, baked hot in yours. Just $10.99 at PapaMurphys.com.
Save $28 or more when you join Planet Fitness for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 30th.
6 new locations in DFW, including Lake Worth and Plano on Plano Parkway.
My name is Cadence. I work the closing shift at a small dive bar in the quieter part of my town. place is right off the highway. The parking lot also has a back entrance that's available to the general town. It's nothing fancy, just a dimly lit spot where the regulars know each other by name. The jukebox has been playing the same rotation of classic rock for years. Most of our customers are locals, truckers passing through, and the occasional lost tourist looking for a stiff drink. I like it though. The routine is predictable, the tips are surprisingly decent. I've learned how to handle the usual bar crowd. The talkers, the flirters, the quiet drinkers, the ones who just want to be left alone. Weekends are obviously a lot more hectic. But the thing about working during the week is that I'm expected to work my night shifts alone. I don't even get a bar back to pop in now and again. Yeah, it's obviously easier work and slower during the week, but I miss the company of my coworkers. I tend to be pretty vigilant during my shifts because we do get the occasional bar fight, considering the kinds of crowds we attract. That's why I clocked the guy immediately. It was sometime after 1 a.m. on a Tuesday when he walked in. If I had to guess, I'd say he was in his late 40s, but he was extremely clean cut and well groomed. Not the kind of look you'd expect from a guy his age in an area like this. He was wearing a black turtleneck underneath a black trench coat. Definitely well dressed, but casual about it. I'm not sure how to explain it. He had this aura of sophistication about him that makes you think of money. Real money. Not the loud look at me kind. He glanced around slowly before walking swiftly over to the bar and taking a seat. I also remember him having oddly good posture. That's neither here nor there. I walked over. He glanced at the bottles behind me and ordered something top shelf without hesitation. As I was pouring his drink, he asked me if I liked working here, with a smile on his face. It was a normal enough question, so I answered him honestly. I told him yeah, and he smiled back. I then made a joke about being a bartender or something. I wish I could say I got a creepy vibe from him. That's not the energy he was giving off. He genuinely seemed like a stand-up guy, kind of like the single dad at his kid's baseball game that gives the whole team a high five. He chatted with me for a bit, which I didn't mind since the bar was pretty quiet at that point. Eventually, he asked me if I ever thought about doing something bigger, which I admit was somewhat bizarre. Again, though, not a totally creepy question given the nature of the situation. I gave him my standard bartender smile and told him I was happy for now. He nodded and sipped his drink, seemingly disappointed at my answer for reasons I didn't understand. After a long pause, he asked me what time I got off out of nowhere. That question surprised me. I hadn't picked up any kind of flirting from him whatsoever, so I was a little disappointed to discover that our conversation had just been another one of those empty attempts at getting my number. I smiled and gave him a vague answer, trying to brush him off in a friendly way without seeming uptight. Before he could answer, I busied myself and began wiping down the counter, but he didn't press. He just smiled like he already knew. I drained his drink and pulled out a crisp $100 bill, laying it gently on the bar like it was nothing. Then, without another word, he walked out into the night. I didn't really know what to make of the encounter. I know it sounds like nothing, but his demeanor was just so far off my radar that I was intrigued. Either way, I figured I was never going to see him again. I got on with my life. As it would turn out, though, I was wrong. About a week later, he came back. Only this time, he wasn't alone. There was a woman with him. She drew my attention since I hadn't seen her before. She looked like she was in her mid-30s, was dressed in a way that didn't quite match her age. Trendy, but off, like someone trying a little too hard to blend in with a younger crowd. I watched her closely as the two of them approached the bar. Everything about her seemed calculated. And the way she smiled too easily, the way she leaned against the bar, like we were already friends. As I was setting down napkins in front of them, the very first thing she said to me wasn't a hello or a drink order, but a compliment. She put on this overly joyful smile and said, "You're so pretty." Her fingers brushed against my arm as she said it, lingering just a second longer than normal. I laughed and thanked her. I could instantly tell that something was off about this woman. The man didn't speak, which I thought was also a little strange, given that he had been so talkative last time. They ordered drinks and poured them. That's when questions came flooding in. The woman asked me how long I'd been working here, along with how old I was, and a bunch of other small talk questions like that. I She answered in short, polite sentences. I got the sense that this wasn't small talk. She was studying me. At one point, she looked over at the man. It seems like they were communicating, despite not speaking. She looked back at me, told me that she ran an exclusive event club. She leaned in a bit as she said it, lowering her voice as if to prevent her being overheard by another patron. She told me that she's always looking for young, fun people for private parties, and that I'd make a killing, 10 grand for a weekend. I let out a small, forced laugh and told her it sounded too good to be true. She insisted that it was real and told me that a bunch of girls like me worked for them. Her smile never faltered at any moment, which was starting to creep me out. She steered the conversation back to the job, circling around the same words. Fun, safe, exclusive, and casually, she said, "We should step outside for a second. There's someone who can explain it better." My pulse kicked up. I wasn't playing around at that point. I didn't even bother pretending like I wasn't freaked out. "I'm good," I said in a firm voice. No smile on my face this time. Just then, a group of customers walked in, laughing and talking loudly. The woman's expression changed in an instant, her friendly mask slipping just slightly before she turned to the man beside her. Without another word, they left. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't unsettled after that. Those random people had just propositioned me for God knows what. I told my coworkers and my boss about the situation. We all agreed to keep an eye out should those people return. My boss assured me that he was always a 15-minute drive away should I need them. The bar's security cameras were typically enough to deter any misbehavior. There wasn't really much I could do beyond that. It's not like those people had done anything illegal. I tried to push it out of my head. A few nights later, after closing, I saw the car. It was parked across the street, engine off, just sitting there. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. The feeling of being watched crawled over my skin like static. As I walked to my car, I kept my head down, the keys clutched tight in my hand. I pulled out of the lot and checked my mirrors. The car followed. It stayed back just enough to avoid suspicion. Every turn I made was still there. I took a random turn onto a side street and it followed. Another, still there. I started freaking out internally. I knew it was them. I forced myself to stay calm, to think, and without hesitating, I navigated and pulled into the parking lot of the police station, gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles practically turned white. The second I pulled in, the car sped off. Nothing happened after that for a while, and I knew it wasn't over. It turned out I was right. It was a slow weekday shift, barely anyone coming in. By midnight, I was wiping down the counter, half thinking about closing early, when the door creaked open. It was the woman. I immediately sent my boss a text as inconspicuously as I possibly could. I looked back up, and the woman was staring at me with that same artificial smile. She walked slowly to the bar, and sat down with her hands folded neatly. I was debating just telling her to leave, but she said, "Thought I'd come check on you." My stomach started twisting. I did my best to hide it. I told her we were about to close, that she had to leave. She made this pouty face and asked for just one old-fashioned. I thought about denying her, but I figured pouring the drink would stall her long enough for my boss to arrive. So I turned around and got started, trying to keep my cool. And then I heard it. The soft, unmistakable click of the front door shut. I looked around. The woman was gone. I felt this awful pit in my stomach as I stepped toward the entrance. Through the glass, I saw it. A black van idling just outside. Without thinking, I locked the door as quickly as I could. But then, metal rattling from the back door. Someone was trying to get in. I didn't think. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could, a metal shaker, and clutched it like a weapon as I dialed 911 with my other hand. There was no way the police would get there in time, so I thought about making a run for it out the front door, but I didn't for whatever reason. I was bracing myself for a fight when I saw headlights pull me into the lot. It was my boss. The sounds in the back door suddenly stopped, and a few seconds later, the van pulled out of the lot with a screech. I embraced my boss, told him what had happened. He said he had gotten the license plate of the van as it was leaving. The cops arrived. My boss reviewed the security footage with them. It was worse than I had imagined. Just before the woman left, the cameras had captured two masked figures crouching near the front door, waiting. There was another person in the back who was banging on the door with his fist, clearly trying to flush me out to the front. It was downright horrifying. To make matters worse, the plate number my boss had caught turned out to be unregistered. It's been quite a while since this incident. No progress has been made. The only good news to come out of the whole thing is that my boss doesn't make me work alone anymore. Despite that, I'm still extremely uneasy anytime I'm scheduled for a night shift. I still question how they knew I'd be working alone. It doesn't make any sense. Even now, I often think about what would have happened had I given into fear and run out the front door.
On the Borders, bringing flavor to the next level. Fresh guacamole, sizzling fajitas, and all your Tex-Mex favorites, packed with fresh ingredients and bursting with flavor. So grab your crew and we'll see you soon. On the Border, come enjoy the bold difference today.
When it comes time to handle business, you've got the day under control. Until you don't. That's why we're here, to help you reset, restart, and get on with your day. Caliber Car Wash. Life happens. Let it.
I used to work the night shift at a gas station / convenience store off a quiet stretch of highway. I say used to because after what happened to me a few months ago, I won't work a night shift again. It's a small station, the kind that barely gets any business once it gets late. Most of my shift was spent restocking shelves, wiping down counters, and occasionally ringing up a trucker or traveler passing through. I remember the whole thing vividly. It was just past 2:30 in the morning. By then, even the truckers had mostly dried up. I was left with basically nothing to do. I scrolled mindlessly on my phone, trying to kill some time. At one point, I stepped outside for some air, rubbing my hands together against the cold. I exhaled a few times, watching my breath disappear in the cold. The parking lot was empty, just the pumps, the road, and the dark stretch of trees beyond. The neon sign flickered faintly, and I remember it being hazy out. You could literally see the moisture in the air. Even with the highway not too far off, it was pretty silent out there. Right as I was about to walk back towards the store, I noticed something move out of the corner of my eye. Whipped my head around and realized there was a person standing behind one of the pumps. How had I not noticed him earlier? He was wearing a dark red hoodie with the hood up. He had both hands shoved in his pockets. There wasn't a car in sight, so he obviously wasn't fueling up. The only thing was, he didn't seem to be heading towards the store either. He was just standing there, half turned toward the store like he was watching me. At first, I figured maybe he was waiting for someone. But something about the way he moved rubbed me the wrong way. He was kind of shuffling about in a circular pattern. I entered the store, made sure to keep an eye on him through the glass. I kept track of him while pretending not to, hoping someone would drive up and pick him up or something. After a few minutes, he started walking toward the door, slow at first, then suddenly pushing inside like he made up his mind all at once. He walked up to the counter, but didn't say anything right away, just stared at me like he was sizing me up. Then, in a rushed, almost rehearsed way, he muttered that his car had broken down just before the pumps. He said he needed a jump, maybe just a little gas to get to the next town. I was literally shocked. He wasn't even trying to make his story believable. I couldn't believe he actually expected me to buy his BS story. I offered to call a tow truck instead. No, he said, too quick, shaking his head. He just needed a flashlight. Need some help checking under the hood. Something was definitely off. That much was true. The way he spoke, the way he watched my reaction, it felt like a test. To be fair, though, people walking into gas stations at that hour are usually a little strange. I started wondering whether he actually needed help was just an odd person or on something. I asked him where his car was parked. He told me it was just beyond the highway entrance. I was obviously skeptical. Then he pointed at the monitor behind me. I turned to look at the screen. To my surprise, there actually was a car parked out there. I thought to myself, "Crap, maybe this guy really does need help." And that's when it hit me. I had literally just been outside, and I would have remembered a car parked out there. I glanced back at the monitor. I saw the slightest movement near the car's back bumper. Someone was crouching just out of view. A cold wave of dread hit me. I forced a casual smile and agreed to help the guy, but not before telling him I needed to grab my phone from the back office. I turned slowly, not wanting to spook him. The second I was out of his direct sight, I slammed my hands onto the emergency panic button under the counter. The alarm went off instantly, screeching through the store. I expected him to attack me, but what he did instead was even more unsettling. His nervous energy disappeared. The more fake urgency, his whole body language shifted, and then he smiled. Not a panicked smile, not an embarrassed one either. A slow, knowing grin, like he had all the time in the world, like this was amusing to him. I was in shock. I didn't even have time to get physical with him. In one fluid motion, he turned and bolted. I ran to the monitors just in time to see both of them take off. Not toward the car, but into the woods behind the station. The car just sat there, engine off, headlights off. I went inside. By the time the police arrived, it was exactly as I saw it. The car was still there, the men were gone. No footprints leading away, no sign of them anywhere. Then one of the officers pointed something out, something I hadn't noticed before. The front passenger door was open. There had been a third person inside the whole time. Police took my statement down and turned over the surveillance footage. That was that. A few days later, they followed up with me. They had the car towed and ran the plates. Turned out it had been reported stolen nearly a week earlier, over 100 miles away. No one had come forward to claim it. No reports of missing persons. No other crimes linked to it. Just an abandoned vehicle in the middle of nowhere with no explanation. That was months ago. Still nothing. I don't know why convenience stores are such popular targets. I can't say for sure. I will never work another night shift again. This happened a couple weeks ago. I worked the night shift at Walmart. It's not the worst job in the world, but after a while, it starts to feel like you're just floating through time. The nights blend together. Same shelves, same routine, same dull hum of the overhead lights. Hopefully something better comes along. I usually hang out in and stock the electronics section, which is nice because it's quieter than the other areas. People don't exactly come rushing in at 2 a.m. to buy phone chargers and Bluetooth speakers. Most of the customers are either night owls killing time or truckers grabbing last-minute supplies before heading back on the road. That's why I noticed him. At first, I didn't think much of it. Just another guy wandering the aisles, probably waiting for someone. After a few minutes, I realized he wasn't shopping. He wasn't even pretending to. He just kept appearing. Every time I glanced up, he was lingering nearby, hovering in the next aisle over, or standing a little too still by the clearance section. He wasn't looking at anything, just standing there, watching me. I told myself I was overthinking it. The store is big, maybe he was just taking his time. The way he moved, always just close enough for me to notice, never actually picking anything up. It set something deep in my gut on edge. I was waiting for him to just get on with it and ask for my number. He never approached me. It was like he wanted me to see him, which didn't make any sense to me. I went to radio someone about it. I realized that the batteries in my radio must have been dead because it wasn't working. Eventually, I started debating whether I should go find a manager. I felt a hand wrap around my arm. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Before I could react, a woman's voice rang out loud, friendly, overly familiar. She exclaimed, "There you are," before going on a little spiel about how she had been looking all over for me. I turned, completely thrown off, and saw a woman I had never seen before in my life. She was smiling, her grip firm on my arm, like we were old friends reuniting. Before I could say anything, she leaned in and whispered, her tone dropping to something low and urgent. "That guy's been recording you. Follow me." My stomach dropped. I turned my head slightly, just enough to glance back. The man was still there, only now he wasn't even pretending to browse. He was staring right at me. A cold wave of fear crept over me. I let her pull me. I didn't even question it. The way she grabbed my arm, the way she spoke so loud and casually, we were two old friends reuniting. I clung to it. I was beyond grateful that someone had realized what was going on and put herself in an uncomfortable position just to help me. She kept up the act as we walked, rambling about something, maybe a trip she had taken, maybe an inside joke we supposedly shared. I barely processed the words. My thoughts were stuck on him. Had he really been recording me? That was creepy as hell. I wanted to know if he was still following us. I couldn't muster the courage to turn around just yet. The woman steered me through the aisles, moving fast. I barely noticed where we were going. Only that we were going. The distance between me and that man was growing. In all honesty, I was kind of expecting her to quit the pretending to know me at some point. She kept it up. At one point, it was getting a little uncomfortable. So I glanced behind me. To my relief, that man was no longer following. The woman kept pulling me forward, though. I told her that we were good now and that we should probably go find my manager. But she just squeezed my arm tighter, telling me that he was lurking somewhere. I thought to myself, so what? What's he going to do in a store full of employees? I was obviously worried at first because no one was around. Now that I wasn't alone, I started realizing that there wasn't much of a point of being scared anymore. I told her this, but she continued moving. I told her I was serious and planted my feet, twisting my arm slightly to loosen her grip. "You can let go now," I said, but she didn't. She smiled at me, but something in it was off. "Come on, just a little further," she said, basically tugging me at that point. I glanced around. The store was basically dead. We had moved past the registers, past the self-checkout, past the aisles that saw the most foot traffic. The warehouse section loomed ahead, dimly lit and nearly empty. Beyond that was the side exit, the one without cameras, the one employees used for loading shipments. That's when it dawned on me. She was leading me straight to the exit. I didn't think. I screamed for help as I yanked my arm free of her grasp with all my might. She lost her grip just enough for me to pull free. I didn't waste another second. I turned and ran toward the front of the store. As I fled, she yelled out something behind me. She yelled for me to come back, followed by my name, which I hadn't given her. I kept running until I saw one of my coworkers who was running toward me, most likely reacting to my screaming. I told him to call security, which he promptly did. That woman was long gone, though. By the time I told my story to the security guards, that woman and that man were nowhere in sight. They reviewed the security footage. Just as I suspected, the woman and man walked into the store together. She had been with him the entire time. The man's face was clear as day in one of the frames, but hers was always turned away. I had a feeling she was the mastermind behind the whole thing, so I was infuriated that the cameras hadn't picked her face up. Every second of it had been planned. The police got involved, and the whole thing went down as a failed abduction attempt. I'm still waiting for a resolution about it. That man should definitely be easy to track down, given his face was caught on camera. I have no idea how that woman knew my name. That's what terrifies me the most. Those people hadn't just picked me at random. I was a direct target.
I called the tip line from my motel room, my voice shaking as I described everything I remembered about the man. The detective who called me back, a woman named Judith Brennan, took my statement with a patience that somehow made everything feel more real. She asked detailed questions. Did he have any scars, tattoos, unusual mannerisms? Did he mention where he was going specifically? Did I notice what he was driving? I remembered seeing a dark blue Ford pickup with Oklahoma plates parked near the diner entrance, one of those extended cab models with a toolbox in the bed. Detective Brennan's silence on the other end told me this was important. She asked if I'd be willing to work with a sketch artist over video call, and I spent the next 2 hours trying to recreate those pale gray eyes, that unremarkable face that had somehow radiated such menace. She thanked me repeatedly, said I'd been incredibly helpful, but I couldn't stop thinking about how I'd left Darlene there with him. The rest of my drive to Houston became a blur of paranoid mirror checking and jumped heartbeats every time I saw a dark pickup truck. I'd catch myself gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles ached, convinced that somehow he knew I'd talked to the police. At one rest stop in eastern Oklahoma, I saw a blue Ford pickup and nearly had a panic attack until I realized the driver was an elderly woman with her grandchildren. I made it to Houston by that evening, but I couldn't bring myself to stay in my planned hotel. Instead, I crashed at my sister Gloria's place, telling her I was too tired to be alone. I didn't mention the murder until 3 days later, when Detective Brennan called with an update. They'd arrested someone, Douglas Wade Hutchinson, a long-haul trucker with a history of assault charges in 3 states. The sketch I'd helped create had been crucial in identifying him. What haunts me most isn't just that night at the diner, but what came after. During the trial, which I attended via video link, prosecutors revealed that Douglas had been stalking Darlene for weeks. He'd eaten at that diner every Thursday night when his route brought him through, always requesting her section, always staying until near closing time. Other waitresses testified they'd tried to warn her, but she'd insisted she could handle him, that she needed the tips. The night I was there wasn't random. He'd been building up to it, getting bolder with each visit. Security footage from previous weeks showed him following her to her car, standing in the parking lot watching her drive away, testing boundaries. The prosecutor said my presence that night might have delayed his plan. He'd waited until the diner was nearly empty, until Darlene was doing her closing duties alone in the back. If I hadn't been there occupying the booth behind him for that hour, he might have acted sooner. Douglas got life without parole. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours, and I watched on my laptop screen as they read the verdict. He showed no emotion, just stared straight ahead with those same gray eyes I'd seen in the diner. But what really broke me was when Darlene's mother spoke during victim impact statements. She talked about how Darlene had called her every night after work to let her know she'd made it home safe. That night, she'd waited by the phone until midnight, then started calling the diner. No one answered. She drove the 40 miles from her house to Rosie's and found the police cars, the yellow tape, her daughter's beat-up Honda still parked in the employee section. She looked directly at the camera during her statement and said that whoever had called in the tip about Douglas had given her the only peace she found, knowing he couldn't hurt anyone else's daughter. I closed my laptop and sobbed for an hour. It's been 7 years now, and I still can't eat at truck stop diners. I tried once about a year after the trial, thinking I needed to face the fear. But the moment I sat down and the waitress approached with her notepad, I was back in that booth at Rosie's, feeling him breathing behind me, watching those gray eyes track Darlene's movements. I left before ordering. Sometimes I Google Darlene Foster, looking at the few photos that exist online. Her high school graduation picture, a snapshot from the diner's Facebook page where she's laughing with her co-workers. She would have been 29 now, probably finished with nursing school, maybe married with kids. I think about the 37 minutes between when I left and when he followed her to that restroom. I know logically that staying wouldn't have changed anything. He'd been planning this for weeks. He would have found another opportunity. Detective Brennan told me that my leaving might have saved my life, that Douglas had items in his truck suggesting he'd been prepared for multiple victims. But on quiet nights when I'm lying in bed replaying that evening, I still see Darlene's forced smile as she avoided my eyes, still feel the weight of that unfinished coffee, Still wonder if maybe, just maybe, I could have done something more. We were on the 4th day of a long-haul road trip that had been in the works since spring. I was 19, fresh out of community college, and all I wanted was to see the Pacific. It was me, my friend Dion, who drove a dented teal Aerostar van his uncle gave him, his cousin Riley, and Riley's roommate Lenny. None of us had ever been west of Tennessee. We packed light, split the gas, and took turns behind the wheel, sleeping in shifts and living mostly off vending machines and dollar menu burgers. Felt like freedom, in a grimy, caffeine-fueled kind of way. That morning, we'd left a tired little motel just off the interstate in southern New Mexico. Riley had woken up first and was already outside smoking by the time I stepped out. The place was half boarded up and backed into a dusty service road with nothing but a gas station and an old train depot nearby. We checked in the night before under Dion's name. $28 split 4 ways. I remember the front desk guy had a limp and wore a button-up shirt 2 sizes too big, and when he handed over the key, he said, "Lock both bolts. Kids like you don't usually stop here." We thought he was just trying to be edgy. In the daylight, the place looked worse. The Coke machine out front had a bullet hole through the plexiglass. There was a pile of broken hubcaps in the weeds by the dumpster. Still, we were all in decent spirits. I took a photo of the guys leaning against the van before we left. That picture's been in every article since. We pulled out around 10:30 a.m., planning to hit the highway west toward El Paso, then cross into Arizona by evening. The weather was hot, sharp sun bouncing off the dashboard, making it hard to read the map. Riley was riding shotgun, tracing our route with his finger. Somewhere along the way, maybe 40 minutes into the drive, we stopped at a small diner off a frontage road. It was the kind of place where the sign buzzed and the waitress called everyone sweetheart. I remember ordering coffee and a greasy ham sandwich that came on toast soaked through with butter. We weren't there more than half an hour. While we ate, Lenny said he saw a guy hanging around the parking lot, leaning against a rust-colored pickup looking at the van. Said the guy kept staring at the license plate. None of us thought much of it at the time. I figured he was just one of those people who thought any out-of-state plates meant tourists with cash. The guy never came inside, never talked to us. He was gone by the time we left. I only remember he had this weird kind of stillness to him, like he was posing for something. Later we joked about it, called him the New Mexico plate inspector. Then we drove on, cutting through miles of flat land and scrub. I remember Riley playing with the radio, trying to get a station that wasn't static. Somewhere past noon, I must have dozed off. When I woke up, the van wasn't moving anymore, and everything around us looked different. We were parked in what looked like the backside of a warehouse complex. Just rows of corrugated metal buildings and empty loading docks. No signs, no people. The sun had shifted and everything looked washed out, like the color had drained from the air. I rubbed my eyes and asked Dion why we stopped. He didn't answer right away. He was just sitting there, hands on the wheel, staring straight ahead. Riley was out of the van, pacing a little, checking his watch like he expected someone to show up. Lenny sat in the back, chewing on a straw wrapper, quiet. That wasn't like him. He was usually the loudest in the van. I asked again what was going on. Dion finally said, "We're waiting for something." But he wouldn't say what. There was this strange tension in the air, like everyone had agreed on something without me. I stepped out, thinking maybe I'd missed a conversation while I was asleep. The pavement radiated heat, and there was a faint smell of chemicals or oil coming from somewhere nearby. I asked Riley again what we were doing there. He just shrugged and said, "It's not that far off track." Then he asked if I remembered the guy from the diner. I told him, yeah, the guy with the truck. Riley said he thought we were supposed to meet him. I laughed at first, thought it was a joke. But he didn't laugh back. He looked, not scared, but like he'd already accepted something. Like this stop was inevitable. That's when I noticed the van doors were all unlocked, and Dion had turned the key halfway in the ignition but hadn't started the engine. I asked if we were breaking down or waiting for help, but no one answered. I stood there watching the heat shimmer over the blacktop, and it hit me. None of us had planned this stop. We didn't even know exactly where we were. There were no road signs, no cell service, just that empty sprawl of metal and concrete. I pulled my film camera out of my bag and snapped a photo of the lot. It's the last picture I ever took of that trip. When I got it developed later, the frame was mostly gray, like the light had been swallowed. I went to grab a soda from the cooler in the van, thinking maybe we just needed a break from the road. That's when I noticed something on the windshield. Tucked under the wiper was a folded napkin. None of us had left the van since pulling in. I opened it, and it had 4 words written in pencil. "You're almost out west." No handwriting I recognized. Riley walked up behind me and read it over my shoulder. He didn't say anything, just took the note from my hand and folded it up again like it wasn't the strangest thing in the world. I wanted to leave. Every part of me wanted to get back on the road and pretend that place never existed, but no one else moved. Eventually, I got back in the van and sat there waiting. Minutes passed, maybe longer. No one said much. Riley was staring at the napkin. Dayon had this faraway look like he was trying to remember something, and Lenny kept glancing out the back window like he expected someone to show up. I said, "Let's go, seriously." Dion nodded slowly, turned the key fully, and the engine coughed but didn't start. He tried again. Same thing. I checked the gas gauge. Still plenty left. I offered to get out and look under the hood, but he told me not to. Just like that. Not angry, just firm. That's when I realized something had shifted in them. They weren't acting like themselves anymore. It was like they were all waiting for instructions I hadn't been given. I reached for my bag in the back seat and told them I was going to walk back to the main road. Riley looked at me and said, "You won't find it." That sentence still haunts me. I opened the door and stepped out anyway. The air had gone still. No sound, no birds, not even wind. I walked in a straight line for what felt like half an hour, but the rows of buildings never changed. I circled back, trying to retrace my steps, but there was no sign of the diner, no intersection, nothing familiar. Just the same stretch of industrial deadland. When I finally made it back to the lot, the van was gone. No tire marks, no sound in the distance. Just that empty lot, still shimmering in the heat. I screamed their names until my throat gave out. There was nothing. I sat there until the sun went down and the shadows stretched long across the pavement. I don't remember falling asleep, but when I woke up, I was behind a different building entirely, near a freight yard with lights flickering overhead. A trucker found me there around midnight. He said I was dehydrated and babbling. They brought me to a clinic on the outskirts of El Paso. I kept telling them about my friends, about the van, about the napkin. The cops said there was no record of any incident, no sign of the vehicle. A few days later, they found Dion's Aerostar abandoned near a shipping terminal just outside the city. Doors locked, keys in the ignition, bags still inside. A bag of fast food was sitting on the floor of the passenger side. The receipt was dated 2 days after they disappeared. I've told this story maybe a dozen times over the years, but no one believes me. Not really. I've searched every missing persons database I could find. There's no record of Dion, Riley, or Lenny anymore. Not even DMV entries. It's like they were erased. But I have that one photo, the 3 of them by the van, the morning we left the motel. I had it scanned and backed up on multiple drives now, just in case. I still see that napkin in my head sometimes, those words in faint graphite. "You're almost out west." I never figured out what that meant or who left it, but I know what I saw. And I know I wasn't supposed to walk away from that lot. Every time I talk about it, I feel like I'm peeling off something that was meant to stay buried. I used to think people who dropped everything to find themselves were just running from life. That was before everything fell apart. My marriage, my job, and whatever sense of identity I had left. I'm Ethan now, but back then, I still signed things with my full name, Ethan Merrill. 34, living in Eugene, Oregon, trying to breathe through the silence of an apartment that didn't echo with laughter anymore. After the divorce was finalized, I packed up some clothes, a few journals, my camera, and a cooler full of protein bars and gas station coffee. I didn't have a plan, just a vague idea of heading southeast, maybe ending up in Texas. That stretch of road between states felt like the only honest thing in my life. The first few days were surprisingly calming. I drove through small towns I'd never heard of, staying at roadside motels that smelled like mildew and old cigarettes. I'd jot things down in my notebook, thoughts, overheard conversations, dreams I couldn't shake. Somewhere along the California-Nevada border, I took a weird detour to avoid the interstate. I started feeling like I wasn't alone. Not in a supernatural way, nothing like that. Just, there were too many times I saw the same dark blue pickup in my rearview mirror, no matter how many times I turned off. Same dent in the front bumper, same crooked passenger side mirror. It could have been coincidence. That's what I told myself when I saw it again parked across from a diner in a no-name town where I'd stopped for gas. I went inside anyway, ordered a grilled cheese and soup, and tried to act like I hadn't noticed. The waitress was the chatty kind, asked where I was headed, what I did for work, all that. I kept my answers vague, but when I stepped out to leave, the truck was gone. No engine sound, no taillights, just vanished. That's when I wrote in my journal, either I'm being followed or I'm starting to lose it. Not sure which scares me more. 3 nights later, I took a wrong turn near a wooded service road. The GPS had started glitching earlier that afternoon, kept freezing, reloading, showing me blank screens. I figured I could loop back to the highway eventually, but the road just kept narrowing, trees closing in like a funnel. It had rained the day before, and the dirt was slick, more like mud now. I wasn't going fast, but when I tapped the brakes, the pedal sank straight to the floor. No resistance, no grinding, nothing. The car slid sideways into a ditch and slammed into a tree hard enough to set off the airbags. I didn't get out right away. I just sat there for a minute, heart beating like a drum inside a closet. After I caught my breath, I opened the door and stepped out into the cold. The forest around me felt impossibly quiet. Not peaceful, quiet in that unnatural way, like sound was being swallowed. I checked my phone. No signal. No surprise. I popped the hood to see the damage and froze when I saw the brake line. Cleanly cut. Not worn out. Not corroded. Cut. I just stood there staring at it for what felt like 10 minutes. There wasn't even any dirt or grime around the tear, like it had been done recently. My brain kept trying to reason with it. Maybe a branch snapped it. Maybe it tore in the crash. But I knew better. I grabbed my journal and a flashlight from the passenger seat, planning to walk back toward the highway. But as I turned around, I noticed something on the rear windshield. At first, I thought it was a leaf stuck in the wiper, but it was a scrap of paper, tucked under the blade like a parking ticket. My heart thumped in a new, quieter way. I pulled it out. 4 words, written in sharp black ink, all caps. Stay off this road. Nothing else. No signature. No explanation. The paper was dry, which meant someone had left it after the rain, and definitely before I crashed. I looked around slowly, flashlight low to the ground. The trees weren't dense, but they were tall and oddly uniform, as if planted with intention decades ago. My car was completely hidden from the road now, not that it mattered. I hadn't seen another vehicle in over an hour. I started walking, journal clutched against my chest, scanning the roadside for any sign of a mile marker, a post, anything familiar. But everything looked the same. After about 20 minutes, I heard it. Footsteps behind me, slow, careful, matching my pace, then pausing when I stopped. I didn't turn around, I didn't run either. I just kept walking, now with my flashlight off, letting my eyes adjust to the dark. If someone was following me, I figured it was better they couldn't see exactly where I was. But the worst part wasn't the footsteps. It was the breathing, shallow and steady, like someone trying too hard to be quiet. I veered off the road, moving through the trees as quietly as I could. My boots sank into the wet leaves. The breathing kept coming. No footsteps now, just the sound of someone inhaling behind trees that all looked the same. I ducked behind a fallen trunk and waited, barely even blinking. Eventually, the breathing stopped. I stayed crouched behind that log for what must have been over an hour, barely shifting. No footsteps, no voices, just the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant creak of branches. When I finally moved, it was only because my legs had gone numb and the cold was sinking into my bones. I retraced my steps as best I could and finally saw headlights, 2 sets, bouncing down the service road. A tow truck and a county sheriff's SUV. I thought I was saved. I really did. But when I waved them down, the deputy stepped out and looked at me like I was trespassing, like I was the problem. They towed my car out and questioned me for 2 hours on the side of the road. I told them about the brake line, the note, the breathing, everything. The deputy nodded along, expression blank, and finally said, "We'll file it, sir. This area sees a lot of hunters. Probably just some prank." I asked if they found any tracks or cameras nearby, but they brushed me off. Said I was lucky to walk away from the crash. I asked for the note back. They said they never saw any note, but I know I left it on the seat before I started walking. I tucked it under my journal so it wouldn't blow away. They acted like it never existed. I caught a ride to a bus station in the next town. Haven't driven since. Gave up the idea of finding myself out there. Whatever I felt watching me that night, I don't think it wanted me dead. I think it wanted me scared, like it was playing a long game. I still have the journal. The last entry just says, "Don't trust the road. Don't trust the quiet." My therapist thinks it was trauma-induced paranoia. Maybe she's right, but every so often I'll get a random blocked call in the middle of the night. Never a voicemail. Just silence. I stopped answering them months ago. It's been nearly a year now, and no one has found anything. No suspects, no prints, not even confirmation the brake line was cut. Just my word, which doesn't seem to count for much. They marked it as a mechanical failure in the report. Officially. Unofficially. I think someone knew I was coming, knew I'd take that road. That detour wasn't on any map. I've looked. There's no Service Road 11B in any record of the county I supposedly crashed in. It's like I slid off the pavement and into some place that wasn't meant to be found. But someone, or something, was already there, waiting.
Let's face it, most of the insurance industry can feel a bit prehistoric, impersonal, and confusing. And you could be one catastrophe away from more carriers leaving your city, county, or state, leaving you with fewer options than ever. That's where Kin is different. Hurricanes, fires, floods, Kin was built precisely for that. And we are here to stay. Getting a quote is super easy, and you can do it right now from your phone. Visit kin.com or call Kin today. Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their whole day. And giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
I had booked an Airbnb in spring of 2022. It was a small getaway cabin in a forest with several other identical cabins spread throughout the owner's land. There were some very faint trails or paths leading between all the cabins, but none of them were marked, likely only there from when the owner was building them and moving through the forest constantly. I had nothing exactly planned for this trip. It was only 3 hours from my home, and I just thought it'd be nice to spend some time away and hang out in the woods. I slept in on my second day, waking up at noon, making some coffee, and relaxing inside by the fireplace. Just before sunset, I threw on a hoodie and went out on a walk. I wasn't sure exactly where I was going. I was just following a thin path in the forest that was behind the cabin. I assumed it would take me to one of the other cabins, though, and hopefully loop back around. At some point on this trail, once I was a bit deeper in the woods, I noticed some people standing out in the forest, maybe 200 or 300 yards out. Pretty far, but the way they were standing was odd. It was two men standing motionless and looking down at something on the ground. It didn't look like they were talking or really doing anything, except looking at something on the forest floor. It was weird enough for me to sort of watch them as I kept moving along the trail, eventually getting too far to see them anymore. It had to be just two guys from the other cabins wandering the forest, and from my distance, it might have looked stranger than it was. At least, that's what I hoped. I kept walking for another few minutes, but I started to notice this trail wasn't really looping or curving at all. It was just going straight into the woods, nowhere near where the other cabins were. I think having seen those guys out there a few minutes ago, adding on with the trail seeming to not be what I thought it was, I felt like maybe I should just head back. Almost right when I started to think about it, though, there was a sudden sound that caught me completely off guard. It came from behind me and sounded like some strange scream, or maybe animal call, kind of like an elk bellowing, but something about it felt unnatural. I turned around, but immediately froze. The two men were on the trail behind me, still really far, maybe 150 yards down, and they weren't moving. They were facing me, though, maybe even staring at me. I couldn't tell from that distance. Honestly, whatever that sound was that I heard felt like it was too loud and unnatural for it to have been from them, even if it was them trying to mimic an animal sound or something. The sound I heard echoed through the whole forest. It was nothing like anything I'd heard before. But why were the men here, following behind me? After standing there looking at them for about 10 or 15 seconds, I started taking a few steps back, and that's when they suddenly walked off the trail and into the trees. They continued until they were out of sight. I didn't really move for a few minutes because I'd have to go down to where they were to get back to the cabin, so I wanted to make sure they were really gone. I definitely didn't want to go further down the trail either. After 5 minutes and being pretty certain that they were away from the area, I hurried back down the path and got to the cabin. I thought about messaging the Airbnb host and asking if they knew anything about that path or the two men, but I figured that might sound sort of strange and unnecessary. I kept it to myself, throwing some wood into the fireplace and taking a breather. The sun was mostly set by then, so the rest of the night I didn't plan on leaving the cabin. Not that I would have anyway, after what I saw out there. I made some tea and sat by the fireplace. After just a half hour, I felt much more comfortable and was able to actually start relaxing. However, I only got a short 15 minutes before I heard that sound again. The same one that I heard out in the woods. It was a bellowing scream that sounded like it was still pretty far out there, but I didn't know how much sound these cabin walls blocked out, so I couldn't say for sure how close it was. I got up and looked out the back window. I genuinely couldn't see anything except for the faint outlines of trees. It was way too dark out there. But the longer I stood there, the more unnerved I felt. A chill ran through my body as I pulled the curtains back over the window. I started looking up on my phone what that noise might have been. Maybe it was an animal sound that was common around here. I just didn't know about it. I was never really a nature guy, so I wasn't knowledgeable enough to know. After a bit of research, I didn't find anything. The more I kept looking into it, the more creeped out I started to get. So I put my phone down and tried to not think about it. Another 30 minutes passed. I can't say that I did a good job at forgetting it, but through the crackling fireplace, I heard a few sudden footsteps on the doorstep at the front of the cabin. Boots thumping on the wood. They stopped right outside the door. My heart was pounding. A long 20 seconds passed before there was a slow knock at the door. I couldn't tell you how terrified I was as I crept up to the door and looked out the peephole. Standing right outside the door were two men. I assume the same ones I'd seen out in the woods. They had masks on, those cheap plastic animal masks that only cover the front of your face. They had hoods over their heads and looked nearly identical to each other. I immediately began dialing 911 and backing away from the door. I heard them knock again as I got through to the police. I tried to talk quietly, but I was pretty sure that they could still hear me. I only got halfway through explaining my situation when a sudden hard thud hit the door. For a moment, I thought they were about to break in, and I felt the most intense fear I'd never even come close to experiencing before. But after that thud, I heard their footsteps leave the doorstep. I managed to get back up to the door and look out, seeing both of them walking back into the woods. It took nearly 30 minutes before a cop arrived. He found a mark on the outside of the door, like the men had stabbed a knife into it before leaving. The cop took note of everything, but it was hard to tell if he believed me or not. I knew it sounded crazy though. I got out of there afterward, and obviously never went back to those same cabins. Every couple of months, I'll look up news in that area, expecting some strange disappearances to happen in those woods. But so far, I haven't found anything. What the men wanted remains unknown to this day. Just last year, I'd gotten a promotion at my job. It wasn't too much extra pay, but part of the new position would have me traveling a ton to different locations all over the States. I was single and really had nothing else going on at the time, so I was really excited to travel. As for where I'd stay, it was always pretty random. Sometimes hotels, sometimes resorts, and every once in a while, a small Airbnb. I'm not sure why they switched it up every time, but I thought it was interesting at the very least. Anyway, this week I was heading to a new town to visit their department of the company, and I was booked for an Airbnb nearby. I'd already had the promotion for 8 months at this point, and had gotten fairly used to it, so the excitement of seeing where my next stay was at had kind of died out. Once the plane landed, I got my rental car and started heading to the address of the Airbnb. I noticed right off the bat, though, it was farther than usual from where the company building was. Usually, if it was an Airbnb, it would be because it was very close to where the site was. But I think this time, the drive took 40 minutes. And when I arrived at just about 1 a.m., I thought there was a mistake. The place was huge. I mean, at least 4,000 or 5,000 square feet, with a huge yard and everything. I had to triple check this was the right place, and it was. I got everything inside, and I have to say, although the outside looked really nice, it definitely didn't look quite as good on the inside. Maybe just a bit old-fashioned for my taste. Still, I couldn't complain. There was a ton of space, way more than I could ever use. After the long flight, I was too tired to explore the entire place right away. I just brought up all my stuff to the bedroom, turned off the lights, and got in bed. As I laid there, I noticed how creaky the house was. It felt like it was making a lot of noise. Nothing concerning, but just these creaks and thumps in the walls. I thought it must have been just how bigger houses were. I mean, I wouldn't be one to know. I don't think I'd ever been in a house this big. But unfortunately, I'm a pretty light sleeper, so the constant noises kept me up long enough to realize I needed some water. I hadn't even eaten or drank anything since the floods. Sort of frustrated that I had to get up, knowing it'd only make it harder to sleep. I tiredly got out of bed and headed through the long hallway and down the steps to the kitchen. Strangely, once I was downstairs, all the creaks and thumps I'd been hearing for the last hour were gone. Like at some point between me getting up and moving from the bedroom to the downstairs hallway, all the sounds stopped. It was one of those moments that had me scratching my head, like, what were the chances of that? Anyway, I grabbed a glass of water, not even bothering to turn on any of the lights, then headed back upstairs. I was able to fall asleep after that, as the rest of that night I didn't hear any more sounds or noises. In the morning, I only spent maybe 30 minutes there, waking up late and still tired, but having to rush out of the house to get to work. After being at the office all day, I went out with a couple guys from work to get drinks, so I actually didn't get back to the Airbnb until sometime past 11 p.m. I headed inside and sat on the sofa, relaxing for a minute. I was exhausted, but I remembered I still hadn't yet checked out the rest of the house. It felt almost mandatory to at least give it a look around, so I got up and just casually walked through the rooms. Walking through it, I honestly couldn't think of much use for an Airbnb this large. I even got so curious that I looked it up to see how much it was, finding it was actually priced the same as other much smaller places in the area, which I found to be a little odd. Also, it looked like some parts of the house weren't reset from the last guest. It looked clean, but some pillows were all over the couch, and some of the chairs and stuff were just in random places. It kind of looked like someone had just been here. And the most strange thing was that one of the kitchen chairs was pulled out. I was in there for a minute earlier that morning and never sat down, and I could have sworn all the chairs were pushed under the table before. Must have just overlooked it, I thought. I pushed it back under the table. After the quick 5-minute tour of the house, I figured it best to take a shower and head to bed for the night, as I had another long day tomorrow. I turned off all the lights, went upstairs, showered, and got in bed. I was just on the verge of falling asleep when a familiar sound suddenly came from below me. It was those creaks. They suddenly started again. The fact that I was just about to fall asleep made it 100 times more obnoxious. I sat up and listened, and even though I was annoyed, a part of me felt like it didn't sound like your typical house noises, so it made me a little uneasy as well. I started to think I could make out individual footsteps walking around under me, and maybe even cabinets being opened and closed. I couldn't tell if it was just my mind making up things, though. I got up and quietly opened the door. The sounds didn't stop this time. I could clearly hear them from the hallway. I carefully walked down and up to the stairs, which were wooden and kind of creaky. And as soon as I took a step, everything went quiet. My heart started racing. I moved to the bottom of the steps and looked down the hall. I could tell a light in the kitchen was on. I swore I turned off all the lights before going to bed, but there was still a small chance I just forgot about that light. I quietly walked down the hall and looked in the kitchen. My eyes widened. That chair in the kitchen was pulled out again, like someone had just been sitting there. Only a second after seeing that, I saw something else behind the chair. In the far back room, where all the lights were off and it was nearly pitch dark, a figure was peering around the corner, watching me. We held eye contact for a moment as I completely froze up before they jolted back behind the corner. A few seconds later, I heard a door slam shut. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but I ran up to that corner and flicked on the lights, searching around for a second to see where he went or if he was gone. But I didn't see him. I didn't even see what door he possibly could have gone through that I'd so clearly heard him slam shut. I ran upstairs, got my phone, and sprinted out of the house. I drove away and called the police. As far as what was going on in there, I'm afraid that I got very few answers. The host and the police talked for a while, but the host felt like he wasn't taking me seriously, or like he thought I was lying. Maybe he just didn't want to be responsible. But in all fairness, I had no proof of anything. I wasn't even able to see what the guy looked like. And the host claimed that there were no doors where I supposedly heard the man run and slam a door from. Everything just felt really weird about the whole situation after the fact. My company was nice enough to just move me to a hotel for the rest of the week, but honestly, I was pretty shook for the rest of that trip. Had I stayed in that house any longer with whoever was in there with me, I'm afraid that things could have gone a lot differently.
Have you ever heard of 1-800 got Jeff?
Oh yeah, the Jeff Little Company.
All you have to do is
At Walden University, get the W. Stand up the minute you start learning industry-valued skills for in-demand careers. Get the W with microcredit, certificates, and field experience. Show off your career readiness and mojo before you even graduate. Get the W.
was unlocked. That was really weird because I don't think I haven't forgotten something like that, especially not while standing and holding down. My mind instantly thought back to the owner, Jay, and how sort of invasive he was when I first met him the night before. This seemed like much more of an overstep, though, so I hoped it wasn't him, and was actually me just forgetting to lock it. I opened the door.
At HEB, we're committed to help.
I could have just opened the door he was standing behind, but for some reason, I found myself taking the unnecessarily long route out of the bathroom, through the kitchen, through the hallway, into the open door to the office. This isn't a decision I remember making. I just did it. In fact, I wasn't thinking about anything, including the fact that I never actually heard my dad's footsteps approach the door or even come down the creaky staircase. And I certainly had no idea what to think. When I turned the corner to look into the office, I stood in the open doorway and strained my eyes against the inky darkness, looking at the spot where my dad should be standing. But he wasn't there. Needless to say, I went straight to my room and turned on every light on the way. It took me a long time to calm myself down and fall asleep that night. All I could think of was staring into the darkness of that office and wondering what might have happened if I had just opened the door when I heard the knocking. I was around 17 when this incident happened. I was in junior college and had rented out a tiny apartment in a standalone building. This building was right behind a construction site, meaning that not many people were around this place, especially in the night. For context, I was living with another girl, let's call her Nancy, who was completing her education too. One day, I had to go attend a friend's birthday party. There were about 12 people that attended the party that evening. I didn't expect it to be late by the time I'd get back home, so I did not see it as a problem that my friend wouldn't be able to accommodate me in case something were to go wrong. However, things did not go as I had planned. Being young and stupid, I gave in to my friend's request to stay at the party until late that night. This meant that I would be on my own when I was to go back home, since there simply was no space for me in my friend's tiny apartment, especially not when she had 5 more people staying over that night. To avoid going back alone, I brought 2 of my companions for a sleepover, Sandra and Katya. Our Uber dropped us off in front of the construction site, since that night the conditions were less than ideal to drive to the building I lived in. The workers had just been careless and left piles of concrete in the way. We were left with no choice but to cross the construction site to get home. I remember how Sandra kept saying that she was a little apprehensive and she should have taken her pepper spray along with her. I tried to act brave, but honestly was a little scared. Katya, on the other hand, was carefree, and we followed her lead. We were walking through the construction site when we saw something that took us aback. We saw a bizarre, flickering, blazing light coming from one of underneath the construction buildings. It was really odd, as there was no chance that it was a construction worker at 2:30 a.m. in the middle of the night. Before we had time to register what was going on, we heard something that made our hearts stop for a moment. It was a shrill, frantic cry of a woman coming from the same building. Judging by the sound of her voice, she was in excruciating pain. What happened next gives me nightmares to this day. We saw someone falling from the building, literally meters away from us, causing an earth-shattering thud. Sandra almost yelled in terror, but Poppy was able to quickly grab her mouth to make the sound fade. Thinking on her feet, she grabbed us both by the arm and pulled us behind the half-constructed wall of another building. Just to be sure that no one could see us, we stayed behind this wall for what seemed like forever. Suddenly, we saw someone wearing a bright yellow jacket exiting the building with a gas cutter in his right hand and an amputated arm in the left. We couldn't see his face because the place was not well lit, and it was almost pitch black there. Honestly, considering the absolute horror that we were in, that was the last thing that would cross our minds. After another eternity of making sure that we were now safe, we made it back home, still trembling with fear. We called 911. The police came and investigated. After a few days, we learned that it was a homeless woman who was murdered brutally that night. Her arm was cut off with a gas lighter, and she was pushed out of the 5th story and left to bleed and die. However, to this day, after several failed attempts, investigators have no clue as to who the murderer was. Last summer, I went to a house party in the Garryowen neighborhood of Limerick, here in Ireland. We were right in the middle of lockdown restrictions, and I know it was really stupid and selfish of me to go, but I was just so in need of a stress release. I'm a really social person, and I need to spend time around people. Like I was actually going mad being stuck inside all on my own. I do actually really regret going, but breaking the virus restrictions aren't the reason I wish I hadn't gone, because I saw one of the worst, most horrifying things I have ever seen in my life at that party. And it's something I don't think I'll ever get out of my head. So the party is going swimmingly for a few hours, and I'm occupied being the little social butterfly that I am. But then I walk into the kitchen to get another drink, and this big argument is unfolding between this couple that seems to be based around allegations of infidelity. It was super intense and awkward being in there with them. So I just quietly grab my bottle of wine from the fridge and then head back to where I was gabbing away with some new friends. I didn't really think much of it. House parties can be weird like that after all. One room, people are passed out. Another one has people dancing around, while some rooms host little arguments between couples that usually don't turn into something hideous. Only this one did. The guy in the argument storms out of the party, and then for a few hours, everything is good vibes again. But then at some point later in the night, the guy comes back to the party. People know his face by this point, so they don't really have any reason not to let him in. And I'm guessing he didn't give them any clues as to what he was about to do. Otherwise, they would have never let him back into the house. The guy then searches the house to find the girl he had been arguing with. I'm not actually sure if they were a couple. I just heard them arguing about sleeping around. When he finds her, he confronts her, starts screaming at her, then reaches into his jacket, takes out a bottle, and then appears to douse her with the contents. People thought he was just being a jerk and throwing vodka on her. The outrage partly stemming from the wasted alcohol, as well as the undue aggression. He then legs it from the room while she's screaming. From the people I've spoken to about it, the ones that were in the room when it happened, they first thought her screaming was her being a bit melodramatic about having some drink chucked on her face. But then she took her hands away from her face, and it's covered in what looks like burns. It wasn't alcohol he had thrown onto her face that night. It was acid. Luckily, someone there was a chemistry graduate. They realized what was happening almost straight away, and then grabbed something from under the kitchen sink that would neutralize the acid. I don't know what it was exactly, but it was some other chemical that probably didn't do her much good either. But it definitely stopped the damage from being any worse than it was. I heard the poor girl had to have a skin graft from her leg though. Like even with the help she got, her injuries were absolutely horrific. The guy who did it went on the run for a bit too. Like the Gardaí, what we call the police in Ireland, didn't manage to get cuffs on him for like a month. And we were all so relieved when they finally did. I can't imagine what kind of monster does something like that after an argument. To use actual acid to try to permanently disfigure someone's face. That takes a really special kind of evil, don't you think? To all outside observers, it appeared that Dr. John Hamilton and Susan had a perfect, loving marriage. In their 14 years of blissful union, John's passionate love for his spouse had led him to lavish her with expensive gifts and luxurious vacations. A brand new Porsche on their wedding day being just the beginning of a long list of romantically motivated purchases. But John wasn't just generous with his money. He was apparently generous of heart, too, and spent a great deal of time reminding Susan just how much he loved her in a variety of heartwarming ways. When Susan professed a yearning for employment, or a purpose outside of being a housewife, John gave her a job at his highly esteemed obstetrics and gynecology clinic in Oklahoma City. He was there for her in a